12 miles below. By Mark Arrows. Chapter 41, The Secret Left Behind. It had been about half an hour since Kedra had donned Winterscar, with no sign of anything abnormal. Or glowing blue, at least. Her adjustment to the armor was going quick and her mastery was already at my level. Although to be fair, I've only had this armor for a day while likely still high as the gods, and I'm being held together by duct tape, prayer, and dreams so far. So maybe not quite surprising she was already past my level of skill with relic armor. It took us about 10 minutes to scour the entire field for every bit of power cells we could get. All in all, we brought back a well-stocked haul on the hover sled, straps used to keep the whole bundle of power cells together. It got big enough I'd stopped counting. More than enough to get us back to the colony, and then run a lap around it, depending on Teed's mood. From this point on, an additional objective will be to safeguard this payload. Atias patted the sled as he took measured steps next to it. It is our way home after all, lads. Had a nice enough walk earlier today on the surface, I'm in no rush for the scenic way back to the clan. With a chuckle, we turned to depart. And then we were pinged, because nothing good ever happens. Atias sighed at the alert. And here I'd been hoping that the blast door would have given it a longer speed bump. All knights, formation, he said in a tired voice. The 4 elites snapped forward, taking up armed rifles and aiming down sight in the ping's direction. Kedra took a position at their side, while the Shadow Song scrappers searched for cover, pistols drawn. In the far distance, that same elevator I rode up on was moving, the sound of clanking metal carrying all the way here. Journey augmented the sight, zooming into the distance. A massive clawed hand shot up, gripping the ground, bending the metal as it constricted on the handhold. The skeletal head of a drake appeared over the rim, teeth in a perpetual grin. As it pulled itself over, 14 screamers jumped to the side, baying out war cries and already charging forward. Atias walked past the formation with slow steps, breaker drawn from his scabbard with a clean note. You all know the drill. Once they get into range, cut them down. Switch to melee after they've adapted. I'll take the drake. Winterscars, cover the Shadowsong whelps. The drake in question opened a maw of teeth, glowing violet light lighting up jaw. The clan lord made no move, staying directly in center of the knight formation. I'd made my way to Callum in the meantime, keeping close to where he'd taken cover. We all watched as the enemy charged the weapon and the screamers raced across the streets to intercept. A beam exploded out of the drake's mouth, but at the last second the creature twisted its head to the side, aiming at a different target than the clan lord. Atias dove just as fast, as if he'd been expecting the drake to target someone else, feet a blur as he rocketed to the right, raising his left hand. He skidded to a stop right as the beam struck, directly at his open palm. A relic shield of some kind had appeared in front of the clan lord, only it remained uncolored and far wider. Like an invisible dome of force, extended a few inches out of his hand. I couldn't see it at all, only the negative outline on the beam of the drake's attack. In a split second, the violet beam ended. Atias remained completely unscratched. And unamused. He took a step back to the center, readying himself again. The screamers had made headway in the meantime. They'd be entering the fire line in seconds. Shadowsong's voice crackled over the comms, calm and in command. All knights, pick your target and engage. Reflex raised my rifle, the barrel aimed and ready. 2 scavengers and all 6 relic knights, including myself, opened fire. Havoc descended on the enemy, skulls being ripped apart in droves. 7 bit the ground almost immediately. We destroyed 3 more on the second volley. By the third volley, the automatons had adapted and began to avoid the weapon's fire. Journey didn't give them that luxury, its targeting system still superior. I destroyed 2 more before the screamers made it into melee range. All 4 knights dropped their rifles and drew blades, charging forward past the clan lord with expert discipline. Atius turned back to the group and signaled to form rank and move on. It'll be back, and likely with another plan. Now it knows that picking off knights from a distance while they're distracted won't work. Continue pace, use active scanning to catch any possible ambush ahead of us. They already know we're here. No point being coy about it. The group remained somber as we hurried off. Are all you Winterscar brats Srapin prodigies at aiming and fighting? Ironreach pinged out. Never seen someone nail those skullheads after they start dodging around. I'm cheating, if makes you feel better. I replied back. Stuff I can do with the administrator account. He groaned. Scrap would that have been useful if it worked for us too. Don't rule it out just yet, I really need some time to sit down and run it through its paces back home on an engineering bench. Who knows, I might figure out how to unlock the accounts for everyone else. I'll buy you any ration bar you want if you can do that for me, kid. Windrunner pitched in. I think he'll be asking for a lot more than ration bars for a secret like that. Think you can afford it? Are you calling me broke? Ironreach shot back. Not at all. I'm just heavily implying it, while gesturing in your direction. Ah, I see. My mistake, carry on then. Shadowsong stepped in and put an end to the chatter with a quick order for quiet. We weren't out of danger just yet, even with Atius among us and full active scanning being used to catch any new targets approaching. I opened a comms chat with Kedra in the meantime. Friends of yours? The two knights? No, I meant that Drake. Seemed like it wasn't the first time it's been spotted. She sighed, we're well acquainted by now. My issue with the Drake is that it can't take no for an answer. The cursed creature has been following behind us for some time now, keeping itself at a distance. This is the third time it's tried something. Last time it tried to focus fire on Atius. According to the other relic knights, this sort of behavior is typical for a Drake, they're hunters. If they aren't killed, they'll keep chasing. The first time I'd seen a Drake, Father had said it was the second hunter sent after him. It made more sense now why he didn't try to hide or outrun the creature, instead choosing to dispatch it as soon as possible. Atius mentioned something about blast doors. At that, Ironreach gave me an answer. Exactly what they sound like, kid. Blast doors. Massive fackin' things. Once they close, they're closed for 3 days and nothing you can do will open 'em up. Can't slice through them with the occult weapons either, impervious like relic shields are. Except relic shields eventually break. These doors just don't. He said that with a waved hand, as if tossing the last word out to me. That sounds oddly handy of the mites to make. What team were the mites actually on anyhow? It seemed like a lot of what they made benefited humans more than machines. Map terminals, marked tunnels, and now blast doors? Oh, it gets even better. See, they ain't just made to stop all traffic, they're also made in places that split entire zones up. If a door seals, it'll certainly have sealed in the only crossing point for a good mile. Windrunner chimed from behind us, jogging up. Ironreach is making them sound more useful than they really are. Often, there will be machines on the other side of the doors as well. You trade one set of problems for another usually. But they do seal off some threats and buy time. Not enough time, Drakes move fast. Atius cut in. Our friend must have abandoned his previous army. 14 is a small number, that makes me think the machine numbers around this area might be depleted. Given what Father and I have been through, I would hope so. I got a chance to see one of these doors for myself, within the very next half hour. The top peeked from behind a wall of buildings and possibly a few blocks behind. Looming over the city, showing another world past it. Like the entrance to a cathedral, towering above all the other buildings and nestled by the very wall side of the metal city. And burrowed into that wall of buildings between us and the door was something that did not belong. A squat concrete thing, rounded. Like a small fortress, complete with turrets. 12 of them, if I counted right. All massive mechanical monsters, silent like a grave. What was more interesting about this was the architecture. This looked human. And the most surprising thing, the mites had clearly not dismantled it. Instead, they seemed to have made a cocoon of sorts around it, with buildings. A few of the massive turrets were almost completely obscured by overhanging balconies from the neighboring buildings, likely to the point they wouldn't be able to rotate anymore if they had been active. What the scrap is that? I asked, seeing the strange human bunker in the middle of a metal city. The clan lord looked it over with an appraising eye. Our target. Why haven't the mites destroyed it? It looked like they just built the city on top of it instead. Atius slowed from his jog into a walk, the rest of the team following his lead. There used to be a creature once, called an oyster. He said. A bivalve organism that lived within a shell it would construct, underwater. A filter feeder. Occasionally, sand or some bit of rock made its way inside the shell. The oyster was a primitive organism with no hands or means to dislodge the irritant if it was deep enough, so instead it would cocoon the item in calcium carbonate, the same material as the shell interior. Ever since I read about them, I see the mites more akin to those. Cocooning irritants they can't break down and either pushing them away, or leaving them well entombed down here. He shrugged, turning to glance at me. Where do you think those pre-built colony structures appear from? Mites make them, and another colony pushes them up into the surface. I've seen a few fortresses pushed down instead into the lower levels. Sometimes mites refuse to break down a foreign building completely for no reason that I could suggest. You've only seen the sites that happen to be pushed up by the mites. So by that logic, there'd also be a whole range of sites that didn't get pushed in any direction and instead remained half cocooned like this site had been. The underground might be filled with such things. Did mites create this? I asked him just to be sure my hunch about it being human was right. It looked like a large barracks, big enough to house a few rooms inside, but nothing massive. 2 horizontal weapon slits on both sides of the doorway. There were old black and white photos of an old world war that our ancestors had fought at some point in time. This looked like what the architecture had been picked from. Windrunner shook his head, walking forward and answering. Undersiders made this. You can tell from the building time period. It mixes multiple styles together. The turrets alone look more modern, like they'd belong in the far late Third Era from some of the tanks there, while the walls look far more primitive. Mites don't like that. They're one-track builders. And you're sure this our target, Lord? Ironreach asked to the side, walking up. Atius nodded. Aye, this be it. Inside and deeper. Fitting it would be a fortress of some kind. Let's hope the security is turned off or this might be more difficult than expected. Those turrets don't look like they'd be easy to handle. Weapons up. Form up and prepare to approach. Underscore 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 un. Luck was with us. The building was cold and dead. As Atius approached it alone, none of the turrets on the walls activated. A few more hesitant steps and he'd confirmed that there weren't any lights inside the building left on. Instead, we were stopped by a large metal reinforced door. Locked shut, of course, and no yellow light twinkling above. There were massive hinges on the sides, making it clear the door would open outwards and to the right. Doors had plenty of different ways to lock. One that would swing on hinges likely used deadbolts to secure the other side. And a blast door like this one might have a few massive deadbolts sealing everything. A glance around didn't reveal any kind of key to open the door, with exception to a long dead panel to the side. If it was an electric signal that triggered the door to open, could it be possible to bypass? Or would a more physical attempt to pick the deadbolts work better? While the group set up around the bunker, and finished making sure the hover sled had been hauled up to here, I made my way to that door and gave it a few experimental tugs. No prize in guessing how that ended. This door is estimated to be able to withstand above 700 psi. Journey chimed as I tugged some more. Combat suit is unable to exert a matching pull. That got a whistle from me. No way we're prying the door open, I guess. Maybe we can knock. The clan lord passed by me, drawing out his occult longsword. I never intended to politely knock. Doh. I owned both a knife and a sword now. Got to get used to realizing I can cut through anything now. Almost like a cheat, really. Well, almost anything. Apparently some material mites can make could be occult proof. If it happened to be a massive door that towered above buildings. The ancient long blade of the clan lord flickered to life, and he gently guided it through the leftmost door crack, sliding into a neat straight line where the deadbolt holding the door would be. It's kind of ridiculous, really, a weapon with centuries to its name being used as a picklock. Given Atias's lifespan, that blade might have been used for far weirder things, statistically speaking. It would be fun to ask him. As a knight, I would have a lot more chances to speak with him casually in the future. As soon as the blade reached knee length in the cut, a surge of water spilled through the cracks and didn't show any signs of stopping. He powered through the torrent, cutting all the way down. Then, with a step back, he observed the work. Water continued to pour out through the cracks, bubbling out and covering the side as it flowed to the ground. Given the water, the site is likely flooded on the inside. Don't have high hopes for great salvage here. He sheathed the weapon back into his belt, reached for the handle, and pulled. The door swung open, more water spilling, covering past his knees and helping him shove the slab of metal open. That gave me a first look at what lay inside the old structure. Darkness inside. My headlights turned on automatically, Journey already prepared for the entrance. What I saw was brown and grey metal, loose wiring, all packaged in exposed, corroded interior walls. Water did not do great things to metal. And there was clearly enough water to reach my knees, all rapidly draining out. I could hear further debris and metallic groaning inside the old structure, smashing down into the water with distant crashes, or into the sides of the walls. I suspect quite a bit of architecture had degraded to the point the loss of buoyancy from the water caused a chain collapse. I was fairly confident the walls weren't about to break down on us, however, given how thick they had been made. What I'm more curious about was where that water had come from in the first place. Parts of loose metal and materials were already flooding past my legs, ever expanding into the city streets. Anka and Callum took several steps back, making sure they wouldn't touch the water. They did not design environmental suits with liquid water in mind. "Fire team, form up," Atias ordered, turning around to take stock of all of us. It didn't take long for us all to line up as the clan lord planned out the next plan. Shadowsong 1, Windrunner and both Winterscars. Remain out here and serve as an overwatch and guard duty for the Shadowsong whelps. His gaze hovered over Anka and Callum. You'll both remain out here and shore up the center, where you're most protected. Without relic armor, you both need every advantage. The pair nodded slowly, understanding. Shadowsong 2 and Iron Reach, you'll be scouting the surrounding sector. By the time I'm out of this bunker, I want a full map. Start with the blast door behind this bunker. I want to know exactly how to reach it once we're done here. The two gave a quick salute and moved off in a quick jog. That only leaves you for the bunker, Lord. Windrunner noted. Intended. I'll be entering the bunker alone. I'm immortal after all. Journey's headlights immediately winked out. If I don't come out within 30 minutes, make your way to the surface and seal the blast door behind you. He continued. I'll eventually make my way back once I revive. Windrunner and the Shadowsong Prime both nodded grimly. Atias matched their gaze, then turned and made his way into the structure. The water clung to his legs and soaked the bottom of his great cloak. He paid it no attention, his relic armor letting him march through the flood with impunity. Once he turned a corner, he vanished completely from view without another glance back. The moment that contact was lost, his comms also dropped out of range. The bunker had been reinforced and cut off transmissions by its sheer architecture, if I had to guess. Likely material within the walls blocked signals from traveling in or out. The Shadowsong Prime didn't waste a moment to start preparations in the meantime. Move to set up a perimeter. I want a double layer of retreat points and an escape route ready. Dismissed. Windrunner took the orders immediately, moving out to start cutting side buildings for scrap to build walls with. Kidra and I followed through. The work would be slow, but it gave us something to do as we waited. Underscore 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 un. Atius wasn't long inside the bunker. He emerged out the door about 10 minutes later, comms realigning. Keith, Kidra. I'll need your help. Us, my lord. Kidra asked, surprised. I need manpower inside the bunker. Can't bring Callum and Anka inside with me, they've got environmental suits. The flooded ground will soak into their boots, making surface travel impossible until it's dry, besides risking frostbite. Worse, confined spaces with no ventilation like this bunker can have pockets of gases build up over the years. Either toxic, or lacking oxygen. He shot a look at the pair of scavengers. Both of you are clever enough to know the danger that represents. They nodded. Most surface sites were open air or had enough holes in them to be exposed to the wind. The environmental suits still had a simple gas monitor in the rebreather, just in case. If it started beeping, that was usually the cue to backtrack as fast as possible. A human could be knocked out cold within seconds, especially if reverse osmosis took place, where oxygen was leached out of the lungs with each breath. The environmental suits did not have room for an oxygen canister, which meant that these two won't have something like that handy. The rebreather only heated air, it wasn't a filter of any kind. That bunker might as well be a death trap. At least for those two. The rest of us wouldn't even need to care about something like that. A relic knight could function completely submerged, so a bunch of bad air wasn't going to make it blink. I chalk it up to lost tech black magic on how oxygen is maintained inside the suit. Shadowsong 1 and Windrunner are both reliable fighters. I want them outside to cover the whelps. Atius continued. And my last two bucktheids are off scouting for a possible retreat vector. There was a squawk of protest on the comms, which Atius chuckled and cut over. You've been called worse. Report while I have you in range. Ironreach answered. There's a second doorframe behind the bunker that opens up to a main street. Directly ahead and to the right, connected by a plaza, are the blast door steps. Area is dense with structures, plenty of high ground. We'll have the rest of the map filled out in minutes, my lord. He nodded, then turned back to us. So that's where you two come in. I need at least 2 relic knights. By process of elimination, you're both the last choices remaining. He turned on his heels and strode back into the bunker, footsteps disturbing the water at his ankles. Time is closing in. There's something that's been left behind for us to recover. I intend to do so. Journey's headlights turned back on. Chapter 42, Solaris Imperium. This bunker had seen better days. A clear-cut line of rust painted the entire structure, marking where the water line had once been before we'd opened the door. When breaching the door, a lot of that water had flooded out into the streets, giving an unrestricted view of the topology of the might-built roads. It wasn't even. A rather large pool of water had somewhat equalized in front of the bunker doors. The flood was more ankle-deep, and still flowing out at a leisurely pace. What it left behind was broken everything. Empty racks that had collapsed on themselves, traces of disintegrated chairs, old computers filled with corrosion and cracked screens. Sounds echoed everywhere, mostly of water dripping down walls and into the remaining pool. Eerie would describe the whole place. Atius surveyed the site, headlights flashing around, while Kedra and I followed behind him. "It's just ahead," he said, stalking past all the wreckage with single-minded intent. There were a few bulkhead doors in our path, but none locked, and it looks like he'd already opened them. Even if the internals had seized up, the strength of relic armor had clearly ripped them free again. I couldn't quite place what architecture this was from, but I noticed something. There were candles almost everywhere, old incense burners that had rusted over, and glimmers of light faded gold in just about everything. The real pick in the ice were sigils on the walls. The gold emblazoned had peeled off, and yet it was still recognizable enough. If this wasn't an imperial bunker, I'd sell my rebreather. Leave it to them to house so many ritual items and other such memorabilia. Even in a military bunker hidden out on the edge of nowhere. At least they had the sense not to decorate the outside of the walls. "Do we know what imperial order they garrisoned here?" I asked, curious. Atias turned, armor lights shining at the walls as he did so. He had a soft grin that would have fit an old man perfectly. "Oh? And what made you suspect this?" "I don't want to say it's all the gold and candles, but it's definitely all the gold and candles." He chuckled under his breath. "They can keep everything secret except for their obsession with shiny things. Almost makes me think it's a front." "Almost." He glanced back at me and gave a full answer, patting his sword. "Yes, I know that sigil. They're the same ones who once held onto this blade, after all. That, however, is likely an actual coincidence." "Your reclusive friends." "Friends would be stretching it. Respected acquaintances, that'd be more accurate. They acknowledge my kind and our role against the machines, however they see their tasks as more important. They're called the Indicator Mortis. Elites of the Imperium, an old order that were said to have served the lost emperor, now supposedly taking direct orders from their sun goddess. Still around, very zealous, highly respected, and dangerous. I suspect your armor belonged to a crusader from this order." "Catheda." His headlight lingered on the peeling golden glyph on that wall. "I can't be sure of anything when it comes to the Indicators, lad. They have a tendency for misdirection and secrecy. A very strong tendency. Never expect straight answers from them, only theories. It's when you get straight answers that you should be worried. So, what are your theories here? Are we walking into some sort of conspiracy?" "Perhaps. I don't think it's a coincidence we found a hidden imperial bunker within spitting distance of a crusader's gravesite. Especially one of the fifth vow. Add the fact that your armor doesn't bear any sigils, which is usual for a low-rank crusader but never done in the higher ranks. Since you found it in such a small expedition group, I would hazard it to be intentional. Your armor's name is Journey, yes. It is. I didn't rename it when I recovered the armor. Well then. Let's clear the low-hanging fruit." He coughed, clearing his throat. "Journey, do you recall anything about this location?" It responded. "All logs have been locked behind a password-protected entry. Answer is unknown." That made the old deathless laugh. The sound echoed, bouncing off the empty hallways. Joining in with the water drops and occasional collapses, still happening in this bunker. "If I wanted even more confirmation of your armor belonging to this order, that would be the icepick left behind." He settled down, now more chuckling to himself. "To be fair to those zealots, they claim their enemy is a goddess. Gods are not opponents to take lightly. We passed by a barracks, 4 bunk beds. A fairly small crew had manned this bunker, if I was right. There was only one shower and toilet, from the looks of things. The mess hall was equally small. Had there not been a table, I'd have thought we were just walking through a slightly larger room." We'd reached the center of the bunker when Atias held a hand out to stop. This room was large and circular. 4 pillars lined the center, vertical rail tracks on each. And oddly enough, some screens and equipment still looked intact. Like they only needed a power cell to turn back on. They'd built the center heart of this bunker with encapsulated and durable components in mind. The clan lord noticed my stares. They likely had everything wiped, if those still work. I'd let you try your luck on it, but we're on a deadline, lad. He pointed down at the very center of the circular room, and the murky water flashed his reflected lights back, rippling with the waves we had made as we marched through the complex. It was clear enough to see hints of details. The floor simply gave way to a circular drop, like a center pool. There was depth to that pool, since our headlights saw nothing but blackness. It's still down here. Atius pointed. They contained it in a liquid solution to further scramble any signal leakage from my examinations. The flooding was likely caused by lack of maintenance. Journey provided me with a small three-dimensional model of the bunker, showing the places we'd walked through. Data collected from Atius's armor. The entire room was visible, which included what we were after. A capsule. That's what was in the center of the room, submerged a good dozen feet into the hole. Completely separated from the bunker, except for large gear wheels connected to the railing. Massive springs on the wheels dampened the structure, and if the map was correct, they were all still intact, despite being completely submerged. The capsule itself was large enough to fit 2 people inside comfortably. Given that they made the thing out of metal, it must weigh tons. The lift system is still intact from what I saw, but the trigger mechanisms don't work anymore. No free meal. We have to lift the structure up manually. He looked around him at the surrounding destruction. Let's find something to jam the capsule once we've dredged it up. Given the massive amount of debris, and our blades capable of cutting anything into fitting pieces, it was quick work to find a few rebars capable of doing the job. As 3, we each kneeled down into the water, hands searching around for the top of the capsule to grip on. Atius told us there should be manual handholds put there for this specific possibility. The headlights were harsh on the surface reflections of the water, but Journey polarized the view, letting us see a lot more clearly through the water. The silt had deposited to the very bottom into a layer, leaving most of the water somewhat clear enough. It didn't take long for us to find handholds and prepare. Winterscars. On 3. Atius ordered. A countdown later, we pulled. Bubbles rose from the depths as our movements dislodged old, trapped gases underwater. Ancient gear wheels turned slowly on their axis over all 4 sides of the capsule, slowly coming into view from the darkness. The top of the capsule peaked over the lip of the pool and then surfaced above the flooded ground. Water streamed out of all the nooks and crannies of the old structure, stirring up the silt even more. We continued to lift. Water started rushing into the pool now, being sucked from the surroundings, trying to fill the void that the capsule was causing. The wheels on the side of the object turned on their hinges, clicking into the grooves of the pillars without issue. Halfway out of the water, we readjusted our grips. With the gears now coming out of the water, we could hear groans of metal on metal bounding around the room. The capsule itself had only one side that looked to open up, like a door, almost. It had a thick glass window on that side, small and barred up. 2 filled with piled-on detritus to see clearly through, however. With one final grunt, the 3 of us slid our scavenged rebars under the capsule. Moment of truth, and we let go. A massive groan of metal happened next, and all 3 rebars seized up as they supported the full weight of the capsule. It dropped a half-inch, but then remained steady and held. We all took a step back to admire our work. The capsule waited motionless before us. This is where it ends. Atius said, drawing out his blade and turning it on. I'm not sure what we will find behind here. The only fact I know is that it called out to the deathless, somehow. Has been this whole time, only nobody around to hear it. Ready arms in case of hostility. What sort of signal could even escape something as thick as this thing? I don't know what senses the deathless had that could penetrate through both the bunker, the water, and the capsule itself. But somehow it had. Kedra drew her knives, and I did the same with my longsword. At this close range, the occult blades would serve as better weapons to tackle what we found. From the looks of this thing, the door opened downwards, with all the hinges on the bottom. Once opened, it could serve as an entry ramp into the capsule. Atius cut at the sides of the door. His blade sliced through the old metal without a single issue. The door groaned halfway through the operation and then snapped forward, lowering down until one last deadbolt to the side held the whole thing at bay, halfway opened. He slashed that loose with a precise flick. The door fell down fully, hitting the flood of water with a massive splash. Whatever hydraulics had been built to soften the speed had long ago leaked out. Our headlights peered into it. Inside were instruments, screens and keyboards all lined around a pedestal. There hadn't been room for any chairs, so they had made these old computers for users to shuffle around the tight space and work standing up. Even more impressive were the small signs of glowing light on some consoles. Power was still active and working in this capsule, only deep in sleep. The pristine screens and equipment made me sure the whole modular structure could still function exactly as intended. They had engraved imperial markings and decorations all over the interior, making it look like what we had dredged out of the pool had been a small shrine or chapel. What really drew the attention lay on the center pedestal. A single metal sphere, just about perfectly hand-sized, floating. It held intricate markings carved across the whole surface. A wave of yellow soft light floated across, lighting up the markings as it passed by, seemingly at random. Like the waves in a lake, unpredictable, crashing against one another. I could hear humming coming from the base of the pedestal, likely from whatever was keeping the sphere in midair. Ah! I understand now. Atius breathed out, a look of recognition briefly passing through his face. Seen this before? Or is that on a need-to-know basis? I asked from the side, curiosity driving me. Kedra rebuked me immediately after. That's the clan lord's business, Keith. Keep your curiosity in check. Atius chuckled, watching with a naked eye the floating sphere. I'm sorry lad, but it is indeed need to know. There is a reason the indicators went this far to keep this hidden. Knowing what this is, I'm inclined to honor that decision. He took a step into the capsule. The sphere will be coming with us. As for the pair of you, if you're casually talking to each other about today's events in private, or if someone asks, the official story is that we didn't find a sphere, we found an encrypted hard drive. Is that understood? Kedra and I nodded. Atius hadn't finished, however. Following through, should you find yourself captive or interrogated, you will reveal that we hadn't found an encrypted hard drive but discovered this was a research facility focused on machines. The capsule contained a machine head, connected to wiring. We took it with us but had to discard later into our return due to danger. Understood. That's pretty thorough. He chuckled. We're dealing with matters a few leagues beyond us now, lad. Basic counterintelligence becomes widespread at this level. Always have two lies prepared. An obvious one that everyone suspects as the lie, and a second lie they'll believe is the truth you were hiding. The indicators were filled with such redundancies. I don't expect you to ever need to use these, the hard drive will probably do for the rest of your lives. Still, failure to prepare is preparing to fail. Atius took a further step into the capsule and reached out with a gauntlet hand, touching the sphere. The waves of yellow didn't change at the contact with his relic armor. The fuzzy light still floated around the sphere, flowing now over his hands. He pulled the sphere out slowly. The moment it left the pedestal, Journey chimed in my ear. High priority connection request received. Accept. Atius stared at the sphere, transfixed by it, while Kedra remained on guard. Her headlights slowly circling around the room. It seemed neither of them had gotten this message, given they hadn't reacted at all. You two didn't get a connection request by chance. The clan lord spun his head in my direction. A connection request? Inside a comms-protected bunker. I could see him running the math in his head, narrowing down the only possibility left. We both turned to stare at the capsule at the same time. A yellow light blinked within it, slowly strobing. Should I? Should I accept? He didn't answer for a moment. Let's see what these crusaders left for us. Patch it through the speaker. I'd like to hear as well. I'm curious about why it's picked you of all of us to speak to. Journey, accept request. The moment I ordered it, a woman's voice spoke in my comms. Atias. I've been hoping for a chance to speak to you for years. And Keith, I've been watching over you since the site collapsed. I'm glad to have a chance to clear the air. Who are you? I asked. She answered back immediately. I led you to the armor. I led Atias to this bunker. I detonated the site. And I unlocked the administrator account for your armor. I've been the yellow light guiding you. You both know me as Tsuya. I took a step back, by pure reflex. Tsuya, like the goddess? Atias asked, completing my train of thought. He didn't seem perplexed or surprised. Goddess is a misnomer. She said. I was a researcher that discovered the means of uploading my mind and soul into a digital format. I don't have many opportunities to speak directly to anyone. My enemy is everywhere and in almost every system. Over time and generations, cultures shifted, and I became more myth. I glanced at Atias, who matched my gaze with a befuddled shrug. As if this immortal demi-human was also just as puzzled as I was. Considering my world was getting completely upended, I felt oddly calm about all this. Assuming you are who you say, why reveal yourself here? He asked. I don't need to hide this site anymore from the enemy, I'm free to burn its use. We should be quick however, she'll notice this port soon. First, forgive me for taking advantage of you earlier, Keith. I led you to the armor, not only to help you, but to have you carry that relic on your belt and deliver it back into friendly hands for me. Consider journey as payment. You've been acting as my agent without realizing it and I've benefited from it more than you can imagine. Cathida's primary objective. I glanced down at the black box. The very same. This is Cathida's true mission. And for a few hundred years, I had no agents nearby that could possibly recover it. Attempting to be more direct would only invite Relinquished to notice its existence. Atias shifted, turning his gaze at the capsule. There had been a snap change in his demeanor, as if talking to Tsuya herself hadn't fazed him, but mention of Relinquished had. Relinquished. His voice had no levity to it, only the weight of centuries. I've heard that name before, always surrounding heavy moments. What is it? I want the real answer, once and for all. We don't have time for a histo. No. Tell me what, or who Relinquished is, or I will cut the channel. So be it. She said almost with a sigh. Relinquished is an AI built by an old doomsday cult that wanted to wipe out humanity and themselves, some 7,000 years ago now. She controls all the machines, with exception of the mites. No one controls the mites. Atias nodded, slowly. As if contemplating the information. His outburst earlier had likely been a bluff, I think. I hoped. The death cult stumbled on power early on that snowballed catastrophically. Even today, I don't have the raw processing power that she has at her command and never will. Tsuya said. I can't fight her on fair ground. However, I'm far more creative. We've been at war for a long time now. I fight, scheme and try everything I can to keep humanity alive while she tries to snuff the light out. You could have led my team to this object instead of Keith. Why him? Atias asked. You are a deathless. You and your kin are my lightning rods. You drew her at Tsuya stopped. She's found me. Don't speak, no time. All logs of this conversation will be auto-deleted in your armors, pay attention, you won't hear this twice. Atias, the sphere is complete and ready for use. You know what it is. Keith, I need you to do some work for me. Are you willing? Yes. I mean, this was the goddess. For some reason I got a distinct feeling this one-word hastily thought-up answer was going to change the entire course of my life. And not even a few seconds in hindsight, I was sure it was going to. Still, I felt this was the right direction to go, down deep in my gut. On my heads-up display, an MP3 file showed as downloaded correctly, simply named Mission. A moment later a clicking noise sounded in my helmet. Journey chimed. User logs, unlocked. Historical archive, unlocked. Map data, unlocked. Motion data, unlocked. 23 additional items, unlocked. Please see event logs for further details. Oh! The recording I sent you will show you how to use the seeker on your belt and what the goal of your mission is. I have time for exactly one question, anything you wish to know. If it is my power to answer, then I shall. Go. My mind froze. The world flowed by me, all the things I wanted to know. If this was the goddess or an avatar of her, I could ask for anything, learn anything. The internet, why the world was how it was, who she really was. And when I opened my mouth, there was only one question I truly needed to know. Is my father alive? What? No. He perished. Why waste him wait? I am looking into the full logs now. There was a second delay and then she spoke again. Novel, never seen this approach before. Incomplete, done without precision and in trauma. His soul might be within the soul fractal inside the armor. The capsule flickered, lights blinking for a half second. Her voice returned. I'm sending you the coordinates for a book I've hidden on the surface. A very valuable book that Relinquished has gone to great lengths to halt the spread of. Find that textbook. Master the fundamentals outlined. Research the soul fractal, the Julia set, it'll be written somewhere on one of those pages. You'll figure out the rest yourself. Do not let the warlocks know of this book, they'll likely take it and kill you. 30 seconds. She's actively tracking me down. After that, you all need to run. Last question, now. Atias sprung in before my fat mouth could ask the fucking goddess herself another irrelevant, selfish question. What are the new deathless? He asked, a desperate tone in his voice. She answered back. My doing. Research uncovered the equation to a metafractal. A 10th D. The capsule went dark with a loud mechanical clank, and her voice cut. It was dead silent all in a single moment. We only heard the slush of water at our feet. The waves we'd made still hadn't calmed down. That silence only lasted for a moment in that darkness. Then there was a laugh, and a voice returned on speakers. Oh, you silly humans! Scheming again are we? The tone was slightly deeper, and there was a feeling of darkness dripping from each word. Who are you? I asked, feeling shivers in my arms. This clearly wasn't Psia anymore. Who am I? Why dear, you know me already. She said, as if the answer were obvious. I have many names and titles. You humans come up with new ones for me every few centuries. However, deep inside, every human knows me. How could you not? I am death. Specifically, humanity's death. Now, what exactly did my little sister tell you? Chapter 43, Relinquished sends her regards. The voice called herself Death and aimed to destroy all of humanity. I'm open to negotiations. Atias calmly said. Assuming there is a return on that investment. He spoke to that horrible machine as if it were the most mundane topic of issue he'd come across. Politics as usual. Kedra headlights shot up as she turned, focusing on the clan lord, bewildered that he'd consider betraying the fucking goddess herself. I was thinking the same exact thing, stuck frozen by sheer shock. The lord didn't return her gaze, he remained focused on the capsule ahead with an intensity reaching his eye that wasn't present in his tone. Negotiate. The voice on the other end seemed more confused. My poor dear, you are mistaking a demand for a request. The voice over the comms spoke almost as if the whole subject was a side venture that she didn't care to spend time on. If she had hands, she'd be more interested in her nails. You will tell me, or I will rip it from your armor myself. I would think this a simple choice. Atias smiled like a wolf with a plan. All records have been deleted by her hand already. It's only left in my head, and that's not something you can connect to. What Tsuya didn't expect was that I'd be willing to betray her. If offered the right incentive, of course. Kedra raised her rifle and leveled it at the clan lord. Her hand didn't shake. It was her stance that gave away her confusion and hesitation. More telling was that she hadn't shot him already. She wasn't the kind of person to raise a weapon without already planning on using it. Atias turned an eye to watch her, flicking a quick hand gesture that I couldn't quite make out from my view. His body obscured it. My sister saw it. Her rifle lowered. All put together, I had a good idea of what Atias was doing, lying through his teeth like a pipe weasel. If Relinquished had noticed, she didn't make a note of it. It's possible the machine AI had no camera feed into this bunker, audio only. How interesting, she said. Tsuya's little pet biting the hand that feeds? Your name was Atias. Atias is fine. Make me an offer, I don't have all day. The voice hummed. What is it you wish, little deathless? Power? Wealth? Mercy? Information for information. What are the new deathless to you? Atias asked. Tsuya spoke about them in large. I want to know how much of it was truth, and how much was omission. She didn't tell me everything, likely to avoid this very situation. Atias, you god's damned single-minded monster. He didn't get his answer from the goddess, so he goes right over to ask the enemy goddess instead. If we make it out alive, I need to remind myself never to play cards with this man. A weak attempt to recreate the original pair, as usual. This time she seemed to have traded sanity for quantity. They're a thorn in my side, but one that I've already countered. My chosen will do nicely to match those pests. Now then, tell me of my dear sister. That's all? It's not enough. Atias answered. You forget yourself, lordling. I am a god. You are a footnote. Know your place. I am not someone you wish to anger. Atias slowly nodded. Fine. Your sister told me she was losing. That you've uncovered and destroyed too many of her plans and she's become desperate. The new Deathless was an accident that she has no control over, and it terrifies her. Tsuya, of course, had said nothing of that sort. And Relinquished ate up his beautiful lies without so much a pause. The machine AI almost purred into the comms, as if deeply satisfied. Tell me in detail. She gave me orders to dive deeper into the underground, past the layers and uncover something. Told me I would meet up with other Deathless and they would give me more information on this covered attack. What is it she's after? Relinquished laughed. The voice felt like ice grinding against each other. She thinks sending Deathless would. Her voice cut out. 3 seconds later, she was back. And furious. You. Relinquished spat out, the word dripping in hatred. One of my children knows your name, Atias. He told me all abo. Continued discussion with you serves no purpose. Journey, cut channel. Atias ordered, already turning to leave. The armor complied and the channel cut. I turned to speak, but Atias lifted one hand, signaling enemy, and then the hand signal for operational security. I got the message, don't talk. We're not sure she's completely gone. He stalked through the bunker, away from its now dead center. Kedra and I followed behind him, water sloshing at the knees. The rest of the fire team had remained outside where we'd left them, ready. Journey clicked on my HUD settings, showing we'd recovered comms contact with the group. Fire team, prepare to switch to encrypted channel. Scout party, return immediately. All units be alert, Possible hostile contact expected. Go no contact until encryption is set up. The clan lord ordered out. If they had any questions about what happened, none of the fire team made any mention or question. They simply bolted to their tasks, drawing out weapons and preparing to hold off. Shadowsong 2 and Iron Reach both returned from their scouting within minutes, sprinting as fast as their relic armors could move them. Once they reached visual distance, he flashed a 2 and a 6 on his hands in rapid succession. I knew the signal and flicked through my HUD for the comms options. Journey had imported my scavenger's more primitive headset settings, so I found all my old setup intact. Shifting over to channel 2, I engaged the 6th encryption preset. In moments, I joined the chat group. Contact. One scout reported, almost out of breath. Iron Reach finished for his partner. Machines are gathering up, a mix of screamers, drakes, serpents, and one behemoth. Enough to overrun us in open ground. I'd estimate they'll have grouped up and ready to storm us in about 10 minutes. Possible preemptive attack on our part? Atius asked. Shadowsong 2 shook his head. Negative. There are too many amassed. It's an army, M-Lord. The clan lord nodded. We've got what we came for. If they capture any of you, prepare a full purge of logs, especially video. Then he turned to me and handed me the glowing sphere, motioning to my backpack. I took the sphere, still lazily glowing. Not to be asked twice over, I stuffed it into my scavenger backpack. Atius continued to explain a plan, while signaling a completely different one with his hands. Fire team, we've recovered an encrypted hard drive that needs to be returned to the Undersiders. Shadowsong 3 is going to sneak the hard drive data out of the installation, he's the only one who has stealth equipment. His hand slammed slightly near his wrist, signaling mission objective as he spoke. He'd also raised a hand in the signal of protection, and pointed at my backpack. He will make his way to Beachhead 3, further underground. We'll regroup and make our way to the nearest underside city from there. South blast door, protect, go to surface. Our job is to execute a fighting retreat to the south blast door as a distraction from Shadowsong 3 and then trigger the door and fall back west and make the machines believe we've gone through the door. We'll cut a path into the floor and make our way in the underside. Are we clear? His hand signs continued to paint conflicting orders. All knights saluted and responded affirmative over the comms, while also flashing the order's understood signal on their hands. I think I could piece together the actual plan. He'd given me the orb since the enemy would likely focus him down first and then go after the other elites before spending time going for me. That gave me the best chance of making a breakout. From there, the real mission was to carry the sphere back up to the surface. I gave him a solemn nod. Atius returned it, signing a quick motion for luck, and knocking on his breastplate to follow through with it. Winterscars, for now, go back into the bunker and work on repairing the entry door. Stay safe. Use scrap or whatever you can find to replace the deadbolt I sliced off. I trust you both can do that. We both saluted and stalked back to the bunker. Underscore 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 un. Atius had ordered us back into the bunker because I was holding onto the hard drive. Fixing up the doorway was likely something he did want done, but not the critical part. There were doorways to seal in all parts of the bunker. The big door out here would be a bonus. Still a bonus I planned to collect on. For the most part, the deadbolt had been modular. It was easy to drag the large slab out of both ends of the fortified doorway. The issue came in replacing it. We didn't find a spare deadbolt, but we did find plenty of possible steel scraps that could serve as such. We'd need to weld them together, which required a welder. I came prepared with many tools in my scavenger kit, however a god's damned welder was way too specific. Not to mention the versions that worked outside in the surface were far more involved than just a handheld tool. I'd bet a bunker this far from all civilization was self-sufficient, which would include a lot of these maintenance tools, so I still went digging around. The good news is that we did end up finding them. Most of the tools were above the waterline, so other than humidity and rust, we found them in fairly good working condition. The bad news is that the single tool we needed had been stored under a table, which was submerged halfway already. Completely ruined. And so were the other backups of it, all stored under the water level. Going to need to glue these pieces of steel together, or something. I muttered. Gods, even strings would do in a pinch. Maybe I can rip up some of those wires and reuse them for that. Really stretching the definition of a rush job here. I'm no engineer, however glue does not sound like a particularly strong binding agent. Kedra mentioned behind me, reaching around for scrap. It doesn't need to bind hard, we could probably manage with nothing and shove a bunch of metal bars into the deadlock port. All that matters is that there's enough metal shoved into the deadbolt chamber to prevent it from opening. She came back, piling up more steel scrap that could fit into the deadbolt, and drew out her knife. Tell me how you want these cut. And let me know if there is more that you need. Have you got 3 weeks of rest and relaxation in your bag by chance? I asked. Fresh out. She said. How bad is it? Technically, I don't need the deadbolt to hold together well like I said. The surrounding doorframe does that. I just need thick individual pieces that can combine their total force and resist being sheared. So glue will do fine. Pass me your field repair kit. I asked, hand outstretched. My own kits are spent. And also broken on some wall a good distance away. Scrap shit, I'm just piling up regrets here left and right. My other hand reached out to my boot, drawing out the knife there. It had gotten waterlogged while I'd been stomping around this bunker, but the occult didn't seem to care about water exposure. These knives could work underwater. We got working on the steel bar together. Our blades would slice into the metal, letting us get them into shape. The goal was to keep them as chunky as possible. The glue worked pretty well on metal, or at least well enough to keep this whole insult to all good engineering in one piece. Pretty soon the deadbolt was done and the door would just have to deal with it. Kedra and I lifted the heavy thing together and walked it back to the doorframe right when things started to look bad. Enemy contact, approaching. One of the knights reported. I couldn't quite see, since I was still too busy sliding in the deadbolt and making sure it was properly oiled. They had their job, and I had mine. All units, open fire at will. Prepare for bounding retreat. Atius ordered. A few seconds later, the sounds of rifle shots ricocheted through the bunker walls. I heard the sound of a Drake's laser flash across, the sound cutting off a few feet away. Frantic running and shouts. The clan lord growled, likely leaping to the side to intercept another beam. Winterscar's, door repairs EDA. Just about done with the door repairs. I said over the comms, lining up the last piston and locking it into position. It wouldn't hold as strong as the original deadbolt, but in a pinch it'll do. Hopefully. I drew out my rifle and turned to the fight. Kedra snapped hers up as well, and we both rushed over to take our places by the firing slits on the bunker interior, opening fire on the approaching horde. And horde would be an apt comparison. There were too many screamers to count, along with 2 drakes in the back. Snake-like white automatons floated above, gliding through the air, firing out dozens of arcing pods at us. When they hit the ground, the pods would break into small splashes of clear liquid, quickly dissolving metal and causing black smoke to rise from the destruction. The relic knights were aiming for those snakes above all, taking them down methodically before they could get into range. Another drake opened fire, the light blinding the world in violet for a moment. I saw Atius sprint and hold that handheld shield out, breaking the fire against his hand. Fire team, fall back to the bunker, trigger the traps and seal the door. Standard retreat formation. Pairs of relic knights mowed out against the approaching horde, skulls cracking ahead as now the screamers were closing in on us. A pair would shoot while another would fall back. They alternated quickly and efficiently, reloading as they ran. The screamers jumped over the deserted first barricade and as a wave they crashed against a detonation of grenades pre-readied on the ground. Atius hadn't been idle while we were working. The blast impact was close enough that even our relic armors required shielding to trigger. It's a good thing Anka and Callum had been near the rear. That explosion would have surely hurt the pair. I could already tell it had done a number to their hearing from how dazed they moved, stumbling to the flooded bunker doors and stopping right by the water's edge. Clan Lord. Permission to carry the two. The Shadow Song Prime called out as he rushed to them, a note of panic in his voice. Atius gave him a hard stare. Denied. You'll need both hands for weapons fire eventually, they'll end up in the water either now or later. We'll need to be fast. The Prime grimly nodded, continuing his retreat. Anka on the other hand, had a different idea. She pulled the hover sled of power cells and clambered on board, throwing a rope forward to her father. The Prime shot Atius a glance, which the Deathless returned with a nod. That'll do. Tie to your belt. She and Callum both strapped themselves in as her father dragged the hover sled over the freezing water. It worked as hoped for, dipping down slightly and causing a wide imprint of the sled to dig into the water surface. The relic knights had all filed into the bunker and began opening fire from the weapon slits on the sides. We'd made it inside, save for the clan lord who remained at the doorway, long sword drawn. He took a step forward, raising the long sword high in the air. It glowed brighter blue, streaming from his gauntlet hand. A moment later, he swung it in a massive horizontal arc through the air. An electric arc of occult blue expanded from the blade, flowing out in a semicircle with him at the center, a shock wave of power. It struck at the approaching screamers, ripping into the mass and flinging them all back. Damage hadn't been the aim, I realized. He'd done that to give us time to force the heavy door shut. The size of which still took him and the other knights some time even in relic armor to seal. Seal the door! He yelled out, sprinting into the bunker. Now! I flipped the manual door lock levers, watching as the old mechanism triggered and clamped shut onto the door, praying the whole while that the modified deadbolt would slide right into the doorframe as expected. It got stuck just near the end of the swing, which made my blood feel like it had frozen over. Technically, it was good enough, the majority of the deadbolt would be in place. Still, I tried to put my relic armor's full strength into the lever. It dipped down a few more inches before Journey chimed in my ear. Maximum power reached. With one last idea, I back off, then kicked the rest of the lever shut. Another few inches closed, and then the rest of the handle bent in place. Deformed and out of commission now. The changed deadbolt showed it was mostly in place and definitely snug inside the door frame. No one's opening this door now, from either direction. Good timing too. The wave of screamers surged forward and impacted the bunker, hard. Clawed hands attempted to shove themselves through the weapon slits, while sounds of clanking feet and hands reverberated all across the bunker as the wave had started to climb over. The other side of the bunker has an opening that should lead to the blast door. Atius said, making his way through the water. Anka and Callum hovered behind on the sled, using scavenged scraps as makeshift poles to keep themselves steady as the Shadow Song Prime did the main legwork through the water. I hoped they wouldn't need to abandon this strategy anytime soon. The water was likely freezing cold and only kept from actually freezing over due to not being completely water, if I had to guess. It would be absolute torture for the two, or possibly frostbite in their feet in less than an hour if we didn't address it. The real danger was if we hit pockets of air that wasn't human-friendly. Not much we could do about that right now other than forge ahead and hope to the gods things worked out. So far, neither of their rebreathers had pinged an issue. The front door will give us at least another 10 minutes. Assuming the material is Drake-proof. That still won't last forever. The real barrier to entry will be the bulkhead doors inside the bunker. Drakes are too large to fit inside and melt those down, only screamers will be able to fit in here. There's a good dozen of these doors. Spread out, seal them all shut as we go deeper into the site. Atius ordered. With those locked, our real danger is the machine wave making it around the bunker before we can storm our way through. We sealed every bulkhead door we walked through, twisting it tight and making sure to bar them up. They had built the bunker specifically for an invasion of this scale, making the doors remarkably easy to seal shut and secure, despite the age. These doors will only hold to the center point. After that, the rest of the doors are locked on the other side, as the structure is mirrored to the other exit. Atius said. If we're unlucky, they'll bring their behemoth to break through the wall of might buildings rather than try to crack the bunker. Behemoth? Kedra asked. I had the same question on my lips, but she'd been faster on the draw. Massive 12-foot giant. Iron Reach said to our side. Nasty thing. The machine version of a siege engine. Uses different weapons depending on the situation. Always difficult to kill and strong enough to rip open that front door if it gets enough time. And here I thought the spider was the scariest enemy machine I'd faced down here. We kept going through the bunker at speed, rushing through the doors now, relying on our internal maps to guide us correctly. In minutes we had made it to the other side. It hadn't been fast enough. Already screamers had either climbed over, or had come from this side in the first place and were trying to pry open the sealed door here. We turned the last corner and saw their hands trying to slip through the weapon slits, to reach where they expected the door controls could have been. They would not make any progress on that front. The bunker was too well defended. And this door still had the original deadbolt intact, making it particularly impervious. If we opened the door here to get out, we'd be swarmed with a small army of machines. We were trapped like rats. Chapter 44, One Last Act of Service. Nearly 100, Lord. Windrunner said. As far as my sensors can detect. The Shadowsong Prime grunted agreement, clearly displeased at the chaos outside. All the other relic knights had made their way to the weapon slits and begun clearing out some of the rabble. The sounds of rifle shots filling up this edge of the bunker. Atius glared through the slits, a calculating eye leveled across the battlefield. This isn't some wandering patrol that stumbled on us. This is a kill order. More are coming each minute. We'll need to storm outside and make our way to the blast door before the full reinforcements can join these machines. The longer we remain here, the dimmer our chances become. He turned and made his way to the side of the bunker instead of joining the fire line, however. On my mark, retreat further into the bunker and hide. Given this is a sensory-dampened bunker, they won't be able to ping any of you while you're inside. They're after me, ultimately. I'll cut a way through the side of the wall and make my way into the might superstructure. Seal the path after I've gone through. With any luck, I'll emerge much further to the west. They'll assume we're making a break for it in that direction. Once the enemy chases after me, open the door and make your way to the blast doors as soon as possible. Assume comms are breached anywhere outside the bunker. Communicate anything important with hand signs only. Understood. The knights all pinged acknowledgements. Atius drew out his sword and did exactly as expected, hacking his way through the wall, breaking down the bunker side. I had a possible alternate idea. Lord Atius, I said, turning to him. He gave a grunt of acknowledgement. Any ideas are open to discussion, lad. Go ahead. Right to the point. Works for me. They built this bunker with defenses in mind. If we could power them back on, we might be able to use the site itself to help clear a path out. You think after all this time the defenses are still intact and functional? Even with the flooding? He continued to hack at the wall, a cold blade making long lines. He would then grab and yank out smaller chunks. They splashed at his feet as he worked to dismantle a way through. If these Imperials are as meticulous as you say, they must have made the system modular and separated from the rest of the bunker. They probably made defenses far more durable than lab equipment. He paused for a moment, nodding. Very well. Take a few power cells and see if you can find any way to reactivate the bunker defenses. If you can't find any obvious systems, make your way back here immediately. I gave him a salute and bolted into action. Callum had already shuffled over on the sled, unhooking 2 power cells by their handles and extending them out to me. The 2 had been using scrap poles to creep the sled closer to the weapon slits, likely to join in the weapons firing. Anka only gave me a hard stare as I passed by. "Goddess be with you," she said. "She is. I think." I chuckled back, yanking the cells and hooking them on my belt. "Then don't embarrass yourself," she finished, drawing out her pistol and searching for a possible target through the bunker slits. I left her to it, making my way through the old bunker once again, searching for the center room. Surface dwellers often used turret defense systems for the home colonies, though it's rare to find any in working conditions on surface scrap sites. Our own clan colony was rather rich in comparison and had a long line of defenses. I'd been shown how they work by Teed a few times. I knew what to look for. There was a vertical ladder by the far side of the center room, leading down into the lower level. The basement layer would be likely where the power was located, along with other critical systems. And it was completely flooded and submerged. I'd have more chances of tracking a cockroach in piping than to expect anything to have stayed functioning underwater for all these years. Defense systems, on the other hand, were supposed to be insulated, and the bunker had a vat of water for a container. There had to have been built-in considerations for a possible breach and flood. My hand grabbed the ladder and I stared down at the darkness. I could see the whole ladder with Journey's headlights strong enough to pierce the flooded chamber. Filled with sharp crystal-like rust at every step, growing on the metal rungs. Giving a silent prayer that this would work, my hand grabbed the sides of the ladder and I sank down into the water, step by step, until completely underwater. The gloom enveloped me, trying to breach the armor. Journey held it all back without issue. A few more steps and I reached the bottom, feet landing into the soft silt with a muffled thump. A small cloud rose on my landing, moving ever so slowly and hanging almost suspended in the water. I'd have to move slowly or else it would quickly obscure my vision. Journey's headlights flashed through the flooded chamber, showing a murky scene. Broken pipes, and a small coral reef of rust growing on every piece of metal filled the view. There was a sense of loss here, as if the bunker was truly well and dead, and I was only an ant scuttling around the dead remains. I shook the thought out of my head. Low chance as it was for this plan to work out, I had to give it a shot. Journey scanned the room, overlaying a wireframe in 3 dimensions, across my visor. That helped me get a much better feel for where I was going. By the center of the room was a massive concrete pillar, where the capsule had been housed. I could see piping and valves at the base, likely what had controlled the pool inside. Parts of that lay broken and half-covered in the silt and rust, clearly the pressure had eventually ruptured the metal pipes at some point. There wasn't a trace of a current anymore, everything inert. Above, I could hear the muffled sounds of gunfire as the team continued to fight. Need to be fast about this. I made a round of the room, taking slow steps in order to keep the silt levels down. Power cell inserts were easy to spot. They jutted from the wall, almost calling attention of anyone passing by. Once I'd made my way to the wall side where they'd been I unclipped my cells and got to work. The 2 replacement cells sank through the water and hit the floor with a muffled thud. A layer of red rust-like crystal had formed, covering the panel over in a blanket. I gave an experimental tug and the whole thing snapped off easily, lifting and revealing a more well-preserved system behind. Step 1, going good so far. With all visible obstructions removed, the wall panel should be accessible now. The maintenance lever was right by this wall access and I wrenched that down. The clicking sound of metal pushing on itself snapped through the water, making it sound like the walls themselves were crumpling bit by bit. I powered through and continued to push. The wall opened up halfway before the lever suddenly snapped and lost contact with gearing. That left me with a broken handle in my hand. Not good. But not the end of the road either. All of this was purely mechanical gearing. So long as the power cells connected to the assembly, power should flow. Cells could certainly work submerged underwater so long as there weren't leaks. Quite a lot of lost tech had no issues working in a vacuum, freezing temperatures, or completely underwater. The big question was if the machinery on the other side of the wall still functioned, or if that side had also flooded. While lost tech was impervious by its nature, the majority of tech here was from the 3rd or early 4th era, same as back home. That part will surely fail if exposed to water for long enough. The doors on the sides of this level were all closed, which gave me some hope that the water hadn't managed to overflow anywhere in the lower levels. The upper floor were crew-oriented, kitchen, bedding, command and control, not a huge loss to have water up to the ankles up there. If the doors down here hadn't held off the water, there was little chance of anything working. But if it had, I reached out a gauntlet and grabbed hold of the halfway opened wall panel and then pushed down. Since the lever had snapped off, I'd have to negotiate with this plate of metal more personally. It groaned for a second and then cut free as the gearing sheared away inside. That covering was never going to be put back in its place after this. Still fine, cover panels were mostly for crew safety and to keep the cells from being hit by anything. Not technically critical, and there isn't any more crew that would be walking underwater here for the foreseeable future. From here, the panel exposed 6 slots for power cells. 4 more than I had brought with me. I swore in my helmet. Now this here could be an issue. Well, 2 were brought down, so 2 would have to do. Assuming the machinery still works somewhere. I twisted the old empty power cells free and lifted them out of their canisters. As I pulled them out, water was sucked inside, filling the void. The new water current caused was clearly visible from the floating specks illuminated by my headlights. I unceremoniously dropped the old cells through the water, letting them float down to the ground and bury themselves slightly into the silt layer. Normally empty cells were just as valuable as filled ones, as far as it concerned surface dwellers. I was handling a small fortune here. 2 days ago I would have considered this expedition a major success if I could bring 6 of these empty cells back home with me. Right now, I was more than happy to just make it back home at all. Making haste, the replacement cells didn't have any issue fitting into the cell inserts, or the relic armor's sheer strength ground out any built-up sediment or rust in the way without my notice. I'd have to hope that debris didn't impede the power connection. Just as the cell chambers had sucked water in as I'd extracted the old cells out, they now pushed the water out as the new cells made their way inside. I saw specks of rust and debris get swept out into the open water as Journey pistoned the cells into alignment. With a final twist, I locked the first into place and held my breath. I could see the glowing gold-green liquid inside the power cell slowly get sucked inside the system, leaving the cell bit by bit. Nothing happened. But only for a moment. The lights turned on a second later, illuminating the murky water. Flashing a few times on and off before settling on fully powered. Holy scrap shit raining from above, the long shot had paid off. Giddy, I quickly locked in the second power cell and then gave the whole wall assembly a satisfied pat. Both cells were rapidly draining into the system now. Looks like the guts of this bunker hadn't been flooded. The door seals of this room had done their job as designed. The bunker architects must be rolling proud in their graves right about now. It all still works. Need 4 more cells down here ASAP. Silence. And then Journey chimed in. Comms unavailable due to structure dampening. Right. This place jams communication. Dumb of me. I've got to go back and physically relay the news. I was half expecting the ladder to snap off, given the weight of relic armor when I got back to it, but luck was with me here. On pulling myself out of the water, and back onto level ground, I saw Kedra had made her way into the center room. She came to a quick stop, holding the side of the wall to keep herself steady. Atias sent me to assist. The lights have turned back, as well as a few consoles. However, the rest of the bunker remains offline. Anything I can help with? 2 cells weren't enough, need a full 6 for this bunker, I said, pushing myself off my knee and out of the ladder hole. But it's possible we don't need the other 4. If I'm right, the last thing to go out are the defenses and life support systems. So the first thing to come back would be those. Still remember how to use turrets? She nodded, looking around the room for a possible console that still worked. We both found it at the same time. Easy really, since there were only 3 screens that had lit back up in this dead site. One of them was ventilation and life support systems, as I'd expected, which all showed red across the board. Another was a basic structural integrity and damage report. That one showed a more promising mix of green, gray and red. Mostly gray below ground, though the above ground portion looked intact. The last console on the other side showed turret icons. In beautiful, wondrous green. Kedra made a direct path to that console, she'd be the one with more experience on using defense systems back at the colony. I wasn't a slouch, but she was the clear better choice when it came to anything that could punch a hole into someone. She tapped a few buttons, navigating through the UI, then swore. Auto-targeting systems are offline. Server that was storing those isn't connecting to the mainframe. Too good to expect everything hadn't gone untouched by the flooding. Any way to make it work? Manual control. She replied, typing out commands and reading the interface displays. We'd need to get more consoles online so that more than one turret can be used simultaneously. There's 12 on each side of the bunker in total. But I can only control one at a time. This isn't good. No kidding. Time to cheat. Journey, any way to recreate a targeting software? Negative. It said, ruining my fun. No template exists that can be modified to fit this architecture. What, you can't create something from scratch? I was sure Journey could create things wholesale. This screamed like a restriction of some kind. Synthetic programming module may not modify code outside predefined templates. Let me take a wild guess. Another security issue. Unknown. No reasoning was given. Too niche of a use maybe? People from Journey's era probably had separate systems dedicated to generating programs for them then, or they never needed the armors to have such a feature. Focus. Not worth thinking about right now. Job to do. What have we got left to work with, Kedra? I asked. She kept her gaze on the console, opening up logs and system prompts with quick and practiced movements. I don't see any backup software. I'll take control of one turret on our side and use it to help thin out the enemy. If I find a way to get more online, I'll do what I can. If we bring more cells, can we power the rest of the consoles? Her helmet tipped down, looking at the keyboard now. Thinking. I don't think the other screens here are turret emplacements. This console wasn't built to be a manual override. More a central hub to command all of them. I would expect additional turret controls closer to each specific turret. It rubbed me raw that this brief excursion only ended up in semi-success. Had to take what we got, though. I drew out the rifle and Journey's spirit ate any remaining water inside it without prompting. Windrunner caught sight of me first on my return. How'd the turret plan go? He asked. I gave him the quick brief and to the rest of the fire team as well while I took my place on the firing lines. Better than I hoped. The knight said. It could have been all for nothing at the worst. Ironreach scoffed. Did you see the size of the turrets, ya daft buckthead? I did. Got a good look at the buggers earlier. I don't think they fire small caliber shots, let me tell you. I'm thinking one turret is going to pay back more than just snow. Above, I could hear mechanical whining and then deep grinding thuds as one of the turrets on this side rumbled awake. Right on cue. Then it fired and the world exploded into color and sound. Ironreach chuckled, watching the result. Should have taken that bet. Fuck me. I'd have made off like a raider. On seeing the destruction unleashed, I was a lot more satisfied with my actions in hindsight. Simple reason for that, the turret's ammunition was explosive. They didn't fire a few hundred rounds a minute, more single-shot fire at a steady pace. The small explosions was shredding into the screamers and blowing them into pieces on impact. The machines couldn't dodge these shots. Kedra was aiming at their feet, having already gotten a handle on the best way to use these turrets. The designers had picked the right ammunition for the right job. A minute later, it got even better. Mechanical whirling sounds above me intensified, and then the entire surrounding was lit up in turret fire. Kedra had figured out a way to command all 12 turrets on our side at the same time. It was a scene of fireworks outside now. With the full bunker defenses online, the screamers were being whittled away far faster than more could show up. Even parts of the might buildings were being chewed into. You see that windrunner? My kind of music right there. Iron Reach noted, now only taking cleaning shots to break down whatever the turrets had left crippled. Stay focused. The Shadow Song Prime added in, putting down the chatter. We're still in danger and there are civilians here without relic armor. No situation is safe enough to put our guard down. The sound of splashing and footfalls behind us prompted me to glance behind, thinking the machines had made it through. Instead, it was Atius, jogging up to the group. He grabbed the side of my shoulder and leaned down to look through the weapon slit behind me. Scanning through the battlefield, silently updating his plan. Your ideas paid off, lad. Excellent work. These turrets could cover our retreat in full even, we might be able to make a break for it altogether. Far higher chance of success. That's all, Kedra, my lord. I said. We only managed to get one working manually when I left. She must have found a workaround. Are we abandoning the previous plan? One of the knights asked. The clan lord nodded. We are, depending on if these turrets can remain active. Faster we get moving, the less time the machines have to swarm in. They have an infinite army, only they require time to muster it all here. We get past that blast door and it won't matter how many machines they send at us, we'll be home free and laughing the whole way, lads. He turned to me, pointing away, back into the heart of the bunker. Let's go get your sister, find out what she did and see if she can make her way here or if I need to take her place. Didn't have to be told twice, and once more I was backtracking through the flooded bunker with Atius right at my side. This place was growing on me, already starting to get a hang of where everything was. If I had a bit more time, I might even pin up a wallpaper and see about which bunk bed was still in one piece. Kedra found us halfway back. She looked panicked almost, having clearly rushed her own way through to here. Winterscar did something. She said the very moment she came into view, now there's some sort of glowing sigil on the console. Do you know anything about this? Anything at all? Glowing sigil? Atius asked, intrigued. Winterscar's spirit flew down on a metal part of the console and consumed parts of it to form a symbol of some kind. It looked like two spirals, with decorations on the side of each, my lord. Then that whole assembly glowed blue and the turrets all started firing. So you weren't behind getting all the turrets? I asked. No, that's something Winterscar did. I swear it by all the gods in orbit. Except the armor isn't answering when I ask it, it's only stating it was a security breach. I was torn between going back to figure out what the gods happened, or the priority to evacuate. Atius made the choice for me. We don't have time to investigate, lass. The video logs will have to do. I grieve with you about Tencent, and anything that could involve his hand is something I would wish to investigate as well. However, it's more critical that we make an exit. He turned, water swirling away at his feet. Kedra understood. Whatever had happened, we'll have to figure it out once we're topside. For now, we had to thank our good fortune and make a break for it. That didn't mean I couldn't shake the ominous feeling in the back of my mind. A cold scrap shit, like Atias had already determined, this was definitely father. He'd done something. The whole way back, I almost expected Winterscar to glow again, or otherwise take control from Kidra out of nowhere. Nothing of the kind happened. The armor continued to behave and react exactly as expected of relic armor. If I had more time, I would be interrogating that armor for answers. Back at the firing line, the front doors were ready to open on command. From what little I could see, the entrance plaza was littered with machine fragments and small craters with rubble all over the place. Some of the turrets had stopped firing, likely from lack of targets. "This is it then," Atias said. "Windrunner, open the gate. Shadow Songs, grab your whelps of the sled. We're sprinting at full speed the moment the doors open." The knights worked as a team, unlocking the door and pushing it open. Within the first sliver of the outside view through the fortress entrance, I could see the massive blast door in the distance. Towering above the might buildings, like the gates to another world. A sprint away to be sure, but reachable. The Shadow Songs took both Callum and Anka on their backs, and then charged into the door, adding their weight and power. In moments, the heavy bunker barrier had swung clear open and we had room to shuffle through. "Knights!" Atias roared out, "Full speed, stop for nothing. Cut down anything in the way." The group didn't waste a second. A deathless, 6 relic knights, 2 scrappers and a hover sled filled with power cells rocketed out of the bunker at full speed. The ground blurred under us as all of us pushed the relic armors to their maximum. Kidra and I began to lag behind, simply not trained for a perfect sprint. The Shadow Songs stayed slightly ahead, also unable to keep a full speed with their hands holding onto the pair of scavengers. Our group formed an almost unspoken formation, with Atias leading the charge at the front, followed by Windrunner and Iron Reach at both his sides. The blast door wasn't in a direct line of sight, but it was close enough and large enough to spot above the might buildings. It looked like a cathedral entrance, filled with inscribed decorations I couldn't make out from this distance. All around us, machine parts littered the street. A Drake up ahead peeked around the corner, only to have 2 separate explosive rounds from the bunker turrets fly over us and strike it from far beyond the range of our own rifles. The unfortunate Drake collapsed, head reeling back and splintering into pieces while the decapitated body slumped limply into the ground. Screamers emerged from what looked like a sewer grate and were just as quickly targeted and dispatched by the deadly turrets, taking out chunks of the road itself. We were going to make it. A few hundred meters and we could already see the street turn into a large plaza that must connect with the destination. And then, with a deep rumbling sound, the blast doors began to slowly close. "Weapons out!" Atias called out, drawing out his occult blade. "We'll be taking a right in the plaza up ahead. The turrets won't have us on visual after that. If the doors have started closing, that means the enemy must have gotten there first and begun the process. Windrunner, Iron Reach, speed up and help me clear out the path for the others." I knew what he meant. The bunker had done its part. Now the rest of the machines that came between us and the door were going to be up to us. We raced into the plaza and ran to the right, approaching a massive set of steps that lead up to the door. The blast doors were even more massive up close. If I had thought the doors looked like a cathedral of old, this view solidified the idea. It nestled deep into the cavern walls of this metal city, the wide plaza accepting all paths into the gently sloping steps. I expected to run into an army between us and the door. Instead, only one lone target stepped out of the closing doorway. He held a spear with a lazy grip on one hand. Stark white hair, short on top with a long braid at the back. A jawline covered in ceramic white, angled. Black lines split parts of his face, almost like war paint. What gave him away were the glowing violet eyes, watching us with befuddled amusement. The man in white flicked his spear out to the side. As if he had silently sent an order with the motion, the blast door froze in its tracks, grinding to a halt. Only a crack remained, enough for 3 knights to fit through side by side. Left almost like a chow lang to us. Atius slowed from his frantic sprint, back into a jog and then a full stop at the base of the steps. The rest of the team filled out behind him. We got a longer, more critical view of this new opponent. The man had a loose relationship with armor. His right shoulder pad wasn't really armor at all, but one massive and narrow triangle-like shield. A tip going far past his shoulder. His chest and legs were only partially covered, with the rest of his body on display, sculpted like marble. Black cape-like cloth draped over his left shoulder, obscuring the entire arm while his right held that spear. Somehow the spear didn't seem to be hindered by the shield shoulder pad he wore. In fact, that shoulder pad didn't seem connected to him at all on second look, instead floating a few inches away. That wasn't the only part that floated. Above him, a massive ring spun slightly off tilt, like a metal halo. Glowing violet on the outer edges of the spikes. All put together, he stood at the top of those stone steps with the aura of a monarch. As if the world was beneath him. Like a god that had descended from the mountain tops to deal with the rats that scurried under. Atius was right. There was no doubt about who, or what, this was. The champion of the machines. The last barrier between us and the surface. Going somewhere? The feather calmly asked. Chapter 45, Demigods. Atius glared up at the feather. A complex balance of hatred, anger, and cold calculation flickered across his face. To Ekar. He said. You're in the way. The enemy, this man, or machine, named Tuekar, tilted his head slightly to the side as if confused. The halo above him shifted sluggishly in response, slowly, floating through the air. Did you think I wouldn't? That I'd let you scurry away like a rat? His voice was light, almost regal. The bearing like that of a sovereign, taking leisurely steps down, looking around the city before stopping a suitable distance away. The man gave a lazily look behind him, to the massive blast door. Really, not a single one of these second-rate shells thought to close up the obvious escape route. Too much of the old-world architecture in their skulls. Not enough true intellect. The pale lady spends too much time playing with her food, if you ask me. He paused for a moment, contemplating something. You humans have a good saying about this, if I recall. His left hand lifted out from under the black cloth shoulder cape, if it could be called a hand. Floating metal pieces that vaguely resembled a hand, chaotically moving on some invisible current. That fragmented, claw-like thing held his chin, as if he were deep in thought. Ah! I remember now. It went like this: if you want something done right, you have to do it yourself. His voice dropped a few octaves at that last word, an omen of violence behind it, twisted deeply with annoyance and hatred. How are you here? Atius asked. I thought I'd left you to rot a continent away. The feather laughed. Distance is nothing to me. I'm a feather, the teleportation strata is free for my use. All I need to know is where to point the other end. But I'll give you credit for the deception. Imagine my surprise on finding out this is where you've really been hiding all these years. The voice reverberated around the metal city, magnified far louder than a human could. The middle of nowhere. You should have sent me, what did the old humans call it? A postcard. Yes, that's the term. Aren't we old friends by now? The Deathless clearly didn't rise to the bait. Let the rest of my fire team go, and I'll stay behind to deal with you. I give you my word on it. The feather smiled. Always appreciated how quick on the uptake you were. I'll give them until you die to make it through the door. Any that haven't scampered through, I'll kill. Any that get in the way, I'll kill as well. If you can't survive long enough for them to close the door, then they all die. We're in agreement. Atius said. Turning to us, he gave his orders. Fire team, make your way by the sides. Sprint as fast as you can the moment I engage. Do not, under any circumstances, attempt to assist me. Not even a bullet. Make your way through the door and trigger the full close. Leave me behind, find me topside. It's 7-1. Can't we simply kill this piece of scrap and be done with it, Lord? Ironreach said to the side, hand itching at his blade hilt. That, the Shadowsong Prime said, pointing up to the machine man, is a feather. You haven't seen them before, Ironreach. This is a foe on a different league. I've only seen 2 people fight them on even ground, and I am not one of them. What Shadowsong means is the cost. Atias said, we could put this monster down if we all worked together. Tuekar will certainly kill at least 3 or even all 4 of you before we bury the bastard, however. I know him and I know what he's capable of. I'd rather keep him focused on me and have the rest of you escape whole. I can return, the rest of you can't. 1 relic knight lost down here is already too much. The feather's spear blade lit up bright occult blue, and he swung it around in a lazy arc. Are you finished with your pets? Or should I eliminate the distractions? I'm surprised a fight is all you still want after all this time. Atias shot back, turning to him and taking a few steps forward ahead of our group. I am the one above all challenge and reach, Atias. It's in the name. This is my nature. Did you think I care about anything else? The Pale Lady truly sent you here for nothing else but your own entertainment? Tuekar chuckled, an insincere-sounding mockery of a laugh. Oh, the Pale Lady has indeed given me a mission, all right. And that's all you'll get from me. I know those tricks of yours, Deathless. The spear spun, and he leveled the tip down to the stone steps, point sinking into the rock with little issue. I'm done talking. You've had over 300 years to improve, don't disappoint me. Atias didn't reply. Instead, he lifted his blade and leveled it in a proper stance. I recognized it. Father's dueling stance. The feather smiled, a broad, wicked thing, full of malice. It leaned down and leaped forward. The sheer power behind those legs crushed the flooring in a ring around him as the machine champion exploded into action, flying the whole distance, a dust trail of crushed rock billowing behind his bare feet. The fire team instantly scattered, sprinting to the sides and getting out of the way, Kedra taking hold of my shoulder and shoving me forward while I gawked. Atias responded in kind. 3 ghostly occult blue images of the man split off his body, dashing in different directions. His material body stepped forward, left hand extended out as if to catch the incoming feather's spear in hand. The feather slammed into the fight, striking a domed, transparent white shield extended out of Atias's hand. The spear rang out at the impact with a single pure note in the air, a burst of wind scattering the dust around on impact. Atias withstood the blow as if he were an immovable mountain, a cold blue pulsing across his armored arm. It felt as if time had paused on contact. The feather remained frozen in the air, all momentum stopped. The ghost images of Atias each converged on the feather. Violet eyes moved in that frozen sliver of time, taking sight of all ghostly threats. It grinned, then used the shield like a wall to push himself back out of reach. With the additional space, the machine twisted under a spectral strike, blocked another with the pole of the spear, the flash of what looked like a relic shield briefly lighting the shaft. Then he lashed out to the third image before that ghost could complete its attack. It instantly faded away the moment the spear sliced through the chest, cohesion fading, bits of occult trailing behind the spear swing like mist. The other 2 ghosts faded as well, one after the other, without another strike attempted. The machine had moved fast, even the wind billowed behind the machine's wake. He dealt with all 3 mirror images in seconds. Atias stepped forward into range regardless, executing a thrust and following with a series of strikes. The feather countered the comparatively slow attacks from Atias, and then was forced on the defensive. Each slice the Deathless took, a mirror image superimposed on his frame, taking a second additional attack from another orientation. Only the feather's ridiculous speed allowed him to deal with those conflicting attacks. By the time I'd snapped back to my senses, the bout between the demigods had reset. A clear draw on both sides as they took some distance from each other. The feather licked his lips, leaned down and once more rocketed out to deliver another ear-shattering strike, spear easily telegraphed as he drew it high above his head, a wide and bloodthirsty grin stretched across his face, that black side cape trailing behind him like smoke. This time I couldn't keep track of the fight as I'd sprinted past them on the side. The other relic knights all filed away up the steps, racing to the blast doors. Behind me, I heard the ringing of that spear, metal striking metal at furious speeds. Whatever the fight looked like, it made for a strange musical tempo of metallic clangs. I had made it halfway to the entryway before my luck ended. One instant, I was steadily racing across the steps, the ground blurring under me. The next, I'd found myself thrown high up, flipping and tumbling uncontrollably a good dozen feet above ground. The landing was rough, Journey's shields flared up to absorb the shock perfectly. I landed on my back and rolled over on my feet to see what happened. A massive rip in the ground spanned from nearby the fight, as if a plow had torn a line through the stone steps in an unrelenting straight line. Dirt, gravel, and pulverized stone steps scattered on the sides of that new trench. The two immortals continued to fight further away, and I saw how this line in the ground had come to be. Each strike of the machine's spear now glowed bright occult blue, causing a massive crescent of light to fly off in an arc. This pulse of power ripped through the ground as it flew in a straight line out. The trench that had knocked me off my feet hadn't been the first of such landmarks. There were at least 5 or 6 lines already ripped into the stone steps. The feather was using this to destroy multiple ghost images Atius used, angling himself so that the physical spear tip would obliterate one, while the follow-up arc of destruction would catch another behind. The ghosts didn't dodge, their attacks looked predetermined, something the feather was clearly aware of and making use of. Atius grimly continued the assault, constantly striking, moving with efficiency and calculation. Ghost images forming up and leaping into action at every moment of the fight. Occasionally these ghosts would lance out and strike at nothing, likely sent out not to deal damage but to force his opponent's position, making certain dodges and movements unviable. As for my predicament, it was quickly clear to me I'd been simply unlucky. One of those crescent attacks had struck too close by. What made me even more unlucky was simple physics. My armor was powerful and well equipped to take splash damage like this. My scavenger backpack was not. It had ripped open, spilling out the last of my tools, my faithful crowbar clinking loudly as it hit the stone ground a few times with quick spins. I'd have mourned the loss of my beloved tool, but I wasn't exactly torn up about leaving it behind in exchange for living. What I had a much more vested interest in was the yellow sphere Atius had entrusted to my safekeeping. That tumbled out into the open, rolling on the steps before getting stuck on the sides of one of those blasted-out rock lines, wedged into the debris. I was debating on how to grab it back, but Kedra had been closer and needed no prompting. She was already on the intercept course, her own scavenger bag ready in one hand while the other was reaching out to scoop up the orb. She'd almost made it before a deafening explosion came from the fight and the feather flew across my vision, landing hard into the steps in a hasty crouch, even needing his other hand to steady himself. The manic grin he wore turned into a frown when he noticed her in the way, as if she were a fly in his presence. With a derisive snort, the feather stood back up, and struck out with the spear from right to left, lighting quick, batting away a nuisance. The ridiculously fast blow caught Kedra by surprise. Winterscar's shield flared up, taking the blunt of the strike on the chest plate and leaving her armor unmarred, forcing her back a step to stay steady. Journey's HUD showed a massive dip on Winterscar's profile. That blow had nearly knocked all her shields. The feather clearly expected this. Just as quick, twisting on himself to spin around, he'd already lined up another attack before even checking the impact of his first. The second follow-up struck Kedra's back, battering her down onto her knee from the sheer force, Winterscar's shields flaring up again and shattering with a flash of blue light. I heard Kedra gasp as the hit knocked the wind out of her. Both hits had come one after another, as fast as a second for each. Another twist and the third hit was rapidly approaching as an underhand chop, going right for her throat and chin. Keedra's reflexes kicked in. She leaned back, looking straight up, right as the spear passed clear by narrowly avoiding her neck. The feather gracefully redirected the attack, this time turning it into a horizontal strike, aiming for her throat again. She ducked the blow, avoiding the slice while retaliating with a sweeping kick in the same motion, and then executed a blind tackle. Tuekar easily jumped over the kick but found himself in a terrible position to avoid the follow-up tackle, forced to take on the shoulder-full blow and get thrown backwards. On landing, he growled and cleaved through the air with the spear, a massive crescent of blue slicing through the air and racing out. Keedra slid under the attack once more, free hand reaching out to the golden orb, snatching it off the ground. It flared bright yellow the instant she took hold of it, the glowing light pooling up to her wrist, flowing around in a way it hadn't when I or Atius had held it. She stopped in her tracks. Whatever the effect was, it had been jarring. More than just a change in color intensity. Keedra had excellent combat discipline, she should never have stopped moving in the middle of a fight. In that pause, Tuekar readied his long spear once more, winding it back for a full arc. Only to have a thrown crowbar crash directly into his face, interrupting the attack. The blow had hit him hard enough to force his entire head to tilt back, even parts of his body moving with the shock. The sound of metal on metal rang out as the crowbar flew off to the side, clearly bent. Slowly, the feather turned his head to stare in the attack's direction, with a look of utter hatred. Directly at me. You dare challenge me? He hissed. I'll admit. Throwing a glorified stick of metal at the living embodiment of machine death wasn't my brightest idea to date, and boy have I had a laundry list of bad ideas to date, but it had a sort of rural panache I felt proud of. The last job of my trusted and prized tool had been to bonk the head of a demigod in order to save my sister. A fitting way to say goodbye. Journey had made the toss perfectly accurate, empowering the throw with relic-powered speed. That should have ripped a chunk out of concrete or caved in anyone's skull. Somehow the feather didn't seem harmed at all by the attack, more insulted. Not my fault you weren't paying attention. I yelled back, already sprinting away. Consider it a free lesson. Oh, that didn't do me any goodwill. But the extra seconds of time I'd bought had been enough for Keedra to shake herself out of that trance and get back into action. She sprinted away, bag sealed shut and no trace of the glowing orb anywhere. The feather growled out something unintelligible, not even noticing as she ran off, all eyes on me. Probably contemplating the most painful way to squash a human. The only issue to that plan of his, I'd bought enough time for myself as well. Here's the follow-up lesson. Atius's voice rang out, directly behind the feather. Tuekar instantly turned, spear leaping into a defensive stance. An arc of occult blue ripped through the ground right at the feather. The same ability Atius had used to clear out the machines at the bunker entrance only turned vertical, likely to avoid hitting anyone but his target. It was still far enough away for the feather to have ample time to step to the side and avoid the attack. Time Keedra and I put to good use. The clan lord had just tossed out his version of a crowbar so we could get away. Great guy. By the time the wave of force had passed by, we'd already had booked it safely away. The feather glanced back, contemplating on chasing after us or dealing with the rapidly approaching Deathless. Atius didn't give the feather a choice, leaping out with relic-powered speed. Annoyance flickered through Tuekar's features. He parried the first blow with a derisive snort and the two began once more to trade hits. There were no more ghosts this time. Atius's features showed only an impassive and expressionless look. The difference were his eyes. They glowed bright occult blue, leaving trails in the air as he moved. The feather's own expression turned from arrogance to worry, and then to outright fear. He narrowly avoided decapitation no less than 3 times, with each of its counter-attacks parried or deflected with contemptuous ease. Which was an extremely jarring sight, as the feather could, and did, move at least twice as fast as Atius could. Some of these strikes seemed too fast for me to even see them except as an afterimage in my mind's eye. And yet Atius was holding his ground, catching each attack and forcing Tuekar further back. I don't know how to describe what I saw. Atius's movement was simply perfect. Every strike, every parry, every feint and dodge, all of it. The machine stopped any attempts at attacking, focusing on putting distance between itself and the deathless. "Get through the door!" Atius shouted as he chased behind the feather. Kidra and I didn't need to be told twice. Both of us were nearly there. The rest of the knights and the Shadow Song scavengers had already made it through the entryway. I could see them all, waiting for the two of us to make it through before triggering the door to close. The ringing of blows resumed behind us, and I chanced a glance as I ran. Atius's eyes had stopped glowing, and his fight had returned to using ghost images in combination with his transparent dome shield from his hand to keep the faster feather on even ground. It wasn't enough. In a flurry of blows, the feather stabbed deep into Atius's leg with his sharp metal hand, breaking right through the armor and all, while simultaneously ducking under a horizontal decapitating strike. Tuekar took a few casual hops backward, putting some distance between them and resetting the fight. "Seems it's over now, old friend," the feather taunted. "Last words." Atius limped back into a measured stance. "Your name is meaningless. You're not above my reach," he said. With his free hand, he traced out a hand signal at the same time. "Catch!" The feather laughed, then sneered. "You forget your place." He leaned down and leaped out once more with speed, flying in a direct line with the wounded deathless. Atius didn't extend his hand out to block the strike with that shield of his. Instead, he lunged and struck at the same time, a ghost image already forming to deliver an additional swing. The result was catastrophic. The spear punched through both his relic armor's shield and plating, stabbing through his chest and out the other side, painting the ground with his blood. It had cost the feather, however. While Tuekar had twisted at the last second to avoid the incoming thrust, and the ghost image at the same time, Atius's sword instantly redirected from that thrust into a blind downward swing, striking the feather's right hand, and slicing completely through. The occult surged, a pulse expanding out of that blade edge, reality warping around as it cut. I felt it once more, that soul pulse, this time a feeling of something being ripped apart. Far tamer than what had happened to Winterscar, but no less noticeable. The feather's reaction was immediate. It twirled to the side, grabbing the spear with the remaining left hand, using a leg to both pull the spear and kick Atius away. The machine glanced at the cut-off stump, bewildered. It didn't bleed. "What is this sorcery, Deathless? What have you done to me?" Atius stood painfully back onto his feet. "Maiming you." A cold and vicious tone lingering in the air with his words, blood lining his grin. "I told you. Your name is meaningless. And now, everyone can challenge you." Those words cut the feather far more than anything physical. The machine looked dazed, almost confused. Atius lifted his sword once more and then hurled it at the feather in one last gambit. The move was unfortunately slow and predictable. Tuekar took a step to the side with contemptuous ease, almost on reflex. The thrown sword hadn't even been triggered, no glow of the occult cutting edge appeared. The blade flew by the feather, missing him completely, and continued undisturbed on its real trajectory, directly to me, where I stood the closest, behind the closing doors in safety. I extended my hand out to the incoming weapon. "Journey!" I called out, trusting it would understand. My armor didn't fail me, taking control and snapping out my hand as the relic blade flew by, yanking it perfectly out of the air by the hilt. Tuekar turned to gaze in my direction, a look of realization stretching across his features as he glanced from his cut arm to my shadowed figure. The door continued to close. He took an addled step in my direction, cut hand raising out, as if trying to grab me across this distance with a missing hand. Instead, two arms grabbed the machine from behind and forced the feather into the ground. Atias's weight shoved the creature down into the steps, blood still spilling from his wounds onto the pristine white cloth of the machine. The Deathless grabbed its head with one hand, fingers digging into the white hair, lifting the stunned creature's face up. And then he slammed it down into the stone steps, full force. The rock shattered to pieces under the blow. That metal halo bounced away, falling flat on the ground. Atias lifted the head once more. The Feather's left hand let go of his spear and snapped up to claw the man off him, but Atias simply grabbed that with his free hand, as if already expecting the attempt, locking it in an iron grip. Once more Tuekar's head was lifted high, forcing his body to arch up, and Atias slammed it down into the steps with the full crushing force only a relic armor could provide, again and again. The Feather spasmed, flailing around in an attempt to free himself. Chips peeled off his face, and each slam exposed more. The strikes pulverized the stone, cracks spreading in all directions. On the fifth, the Feather jumped instead with a scream of incoherent fury. It carried Atias up with him, spinning in the middle of the air, throwing the Deathless off. Atias hit the ground hard but still rolled on his side and got up. The Feather landed softly, almost soundlessly ahead in comparison, and immediately raced across the steps to intercept, the remaining uncut metal hand held in a straight open palm, like a dagger. Atias batted the attack aside, throwing out his own counter-punch and a follow-up knee. They fought hand to hand, a complex set of attacks, blocks, and feints interwoven. The clan lord had taken too much damage. Already his stance alone was faltering, his speed and accuracy draining away as black-shaded blood now heavily painted the steps. The machine scored more and more glancing hits and the fight was rapidly devolving against Atias. Without warning, it all came to a sudden end. Feather had found an opening and struck at the face, stunning the clan lord. With that dagger-like hand, the follow-up attack sped out, stabbing clear through his throat, in and out in an eye blink. Atias stumbled back, blood gushing out of his neck as he faltered down onto a knee. One hand lifted to his throat by reflex in a failing attempt to stem the blood loss. The Feather took a step forward. Atias let go and attempted one last lunging attack. Tuekar caught the punch by the wrist, then used his knee as a fulcrum to snap the elbow. The Feather twisted him around immediately after, slamming a clawed hand directly into his heart. There was no pain on Atias's features. Instead, he gave one last bloody grin. No words said, his smile enough to say it all. The Feather dropped his body as if he burned to the touch with a scream. Then it turned to the closing door. Too late. The gate was long past the point that anyone could fit through it now. Only a crack remained, a vertical slice to view the world from. A cold pulsed across to Ekar and he outright vanished from view, reappearing from a shimmering blue mist, right at the opening of the gate. His hand of floating metal parts reaching right through the open window of space, colliding hard against the gate unable to fit more than the arm against the rapidly closing entry. A cold surged around him again, features blurring, but whatever this ability was, the blast doors seemed to be impervious to it. You! He snarled, a cold fading away in wisps around him, voice gaining intensity and insanity with each word. You think you've won? Tell Atias he hasn't seen the last of me. None of you rats have. Wait for me. Wait for me. Wait for him. The door slammed shut, cutting his words. The last I saw was one baleful violet eye glaring back at me, deranged and filled with hatred. Parts of his skin cracked off in flakes, a hand covered in blood still pointing at me, as the gigantic doors sealed. Grinding the metal wholesale starting from the shoulder up to the fingers, crushing them into scrap. They almost danced as they broke apart, the cohesion keeping them afloat going wild, losing any resemblance to a hand. The door sides pressed and entombed all pieces between them, leaving only the grand, sealed doorway as one massive mural. Silence and darkness remained. Chapter 46, The Final Mile. The first signs of the true surface came as ice, formed on the dirt ground before us, crunching under our boots as we marched. Air temperature had been steadily dropping, pairing with the ambient drop in humidity. We took camp only once in this final ascent, knowing it would be the last time we could camp out without helmets. Soon the enemy would be the traditional one, the climate above. The surface was drawing near. Exhaustion closer behind. Anka and Callum took the time to affix their surface gear back on, checking each other's gauges and metrics, making sure the environmental suits were powered and ready for the next leg of the journey. The rest of the knights took one last moment to consume the rest of their rations while they could freely keep their helmets off. Once we were back in that icy embrace, it would be a death sentence to take off our helmets for any reason. The next time any of us could eat freely would be inside the safety of a powered airspeeder or inside an expedition heated tent. Hell of a dive. Ironreach said, sitting down to my side with a thump, on the rough concrete block I'd picked as a seat. It's not usually like this, kid. I've been serving as a knight under the clan lord for just about 7 years now, and that's the first feather I've seen. Heard stories about them though. Gotta say, they lived up to the tales. Gods, not a bastard I want to run into again. The ration tasted dry and dull in my mouth as I chewed, the crushed insect feet just as annoying as always to chew on. I offered the last few bites to my newly arrived guest. He shook his hand, telling me he was just as enthusiastic about the dry food as I was. That just so happened to be my first time seeing a feather. I said, dryly. Small world. He nodded, looking over at the assembled group. I agree it ain't the best first impression as a newly minted knight. Hopefully, the rest of your career doesn't follow the same luck as today. I think I might almost sell my armor just for a safe bed right now. Almost. He chuckled at that, which devolved into light coughing. The dry and cold air had that effect if it was breathed in too quickly. Might have been a better idea to set camp earlier, except we'd all been spooked after that last fight. The faster we left the scene the better. So what happens now? I asked. He gave me a somber look, those unshaved whiskers of his starting to pick up ice crystals from his breath. We keep going, kid. But this is the home stretch, the safer part of the expeditions. At this level, the machines don't follow. Don't really know why they don't come past a certain point, guess that's how it's always been. We're done here, except for the climb up and trip home. He pointed up ahead in the tunnel, further into the gloom. We'll either find this direction exits out into a surface mountain, or it might be more of a hike first. Sometimes, we could even run into a half-buried site and find a stairwell going straight up. Depends. The Shadowsong Prime moved past us, hoversled trailing behind him. The glint of breaker caught my eye, left where I'd stowed the clan lord's ancient weapon. Why did he toss his sword? I asked. Probably so that Machine Git didn't loot it from his dead body. Ironreach said. Deathless don't disappear immediately after they die. It'll be an hour or so before his body dissolves, and anything he's wearing will dissolve with him only then. Never seen it happen myself, cause the clan lord hasn't ever died in recent history, but that's what the others told me would happen. He don't carry much on him for exactly that reason. Nothing that he can't afford to lose anyhow. Armor is important to us, but to the machines, they don't care one bit about that. Undersiders have entire armies of relic knights down here, it'd be like your enemy caring about looting that rebreather o' yours. Occult blades are the same too. At least normally, except I'd never seen a blade do that. He gave a significant look at the stowed blade as Shadowsong Prime filed past, already hooking his helmet back on. Anka and Callum tagged along behind, while the other knights stood up from their break, helmets all being donned. He cut that feather's hand off. And that feeling, that pulse, you felt that right? I wasn't just imagining things. You mean that feeling of reality being bent over a knee and slapped around like it owed rent? Nah, no idea what you're going on about. Nobody felt that. We've all been walking silently this whole time for a completely different reason. Now you're just gaslighting me, you little git. Iron Reach huffed, standing up and extending out a hand to me. I clasped it, letting him pull me up. There's no such thing as gaslighting, I told him sternly. You're just making that word up. Windrunner followed behind the pack, snickering. Finally, you poor bastard, you finally have a friend to shit-talk with. Finally? Since when did you get so shy? He turned back to me, pointing at Windrunner as he did so. Look at that buck Theod go, acting like he didn't laugh at my jokes under his helmet this whole time. Hope he gets dunked in the white someday. Iron Reach clipped his helmet back on, securing it with a scoff. Go propose already. Windrunner scoffed right back. We're on the home stretch, what could possibly go wrong? He turned while walking and drew his hands out to the world as if implying everything around him was exactly what could go wrong. Iron Reach grumbled. But see, we just faced something that could scrap the Fakin clan lord himself. And look who's still laughing. Then he beat his chest. It's me. I did. I'm the one still laughing. Shadowsong Prime cut in, quiet. Have some deference to the fallen. I am no man to subscribe to superstition, and yet despite that fact, the two of you are getting my hair to stand on edge. The knights caught up behind, both nodding. We all marched in silence from then on. They were keeping morale high in their own way, I felt like I was only following the motions. Kedra walked ahead, keeping a hand on her rifle. I pinged on my comms for a private discussion with her. She accepted, the channel opening up. I read. You have something on your mind. I debated how best to ask her, then decided to just go right for it. The hard drive that we recovered. It seemed to have an effect on you. You paused in the middle of combat, nearly died for that too. There wasn't any change in her motions, still following the flow of the group at their speed. I could tell she was contemplating how to answer somehow. Intuition. Something reached out to me. It felt like I had been judged in some way. I find it difficult to put into words. It was as jarring to feel as when the clan lord cut that feather's hand, only more personal and not violent. I saw memories of my life, moments of decisions. Some easy, some harder. If there was something inside that hard drive, it was pleased at what it saw. Our mutual friend mentioned that Atius knew what was inside the hard drive. I said, finding it easier to weave in the lies here. We were still in the underground, I didn't want to break operational security. Do you think he can shed some more light on this? I intend to find out once we're reunited. She said. I recognize you have a great many thoughts floating through your head right now, brother, but for me, that event is the only one that I've been thinking on this entire march. Believe me when I tell you, I intend to seek answers. Not afraid the clan lord will shut you down and say it's not our crickets to worry about and then shut you out of the loop. I'd like to see him try. Underscore 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 un. The howl of wind, distant in the tunnels, was the first sign that we'd closed in on an escape from the land. The entire mission's experience was teetering in the back of my head, roiling to break free into my mind. A deep exhaustion was settling inside my bones, the numbness receding into a dull ache. My calf felt like it was a pulsing tumor, and there was something deeply unsettling with the sight of my ribs. I'd kept it all at bay so far with drugs and some gallows humor, but everything was being stretched. Teed's voice nearly undid it all, a lifeline that marked safety and the end of things. This is Recon 12 airspeeder to search party. Respond. The group halted mid-step, a new energy passing through us all. This is Shadowsong 1 to Recon 12. We read you. We've returned with the package and need extraction soon. Atius and Winterscar Prime Kia. No other casualties. Begin approach to our coordinates. If the comms from the surface were being picked up, that means there was an open hole somewhere by us that went into open air. Considering there was now snow all over the place, I'd say we were just about there. Affirmative, have your coordinates, punching engines now. Hard news to hear, see you all topside. Teed replied, and the comms went silent. The group cheered right after, morale rising up as we could all taste the end. Hope rekindled, we went back into the march, moving with energy in our steps. In minutes, it became clear why his COMM signals were coming through. The very next chamber wasn't a chamber at all, but the deep bottom of a massive crevice. And far above us was the night sky, filled with stars and the howling wind above, sweeping sheets of snow that occasionally obscured the view. It was beautiful. A massive tapestry of shimmering white lights, blocked only by the shadowy cliffside. The only other source of lights were our headlamps. Just a little more. Escape was only a few dozen meters above us. We'll need to scale the wall and lower a rappel rope. Shadow Song said to the side, examining the sides of the wall. It wasn't rock, instead slabs of metal cubes made the bulk of it, and what looked to be the remains of a half-consumed structure. Warped and bent as the metal rock faces had slowly crushed and twisted it over time. The Shadow Songs were already working as a team. The two scavengers unhooked their ice picks and passed it off to Shadow Song 2. He spun them around in his hand experimentally as the Prime packed up the rope up and handed him the filled bag. Wordlessly, he scaled up the cliffside, using both ice picks in tandem to pull himself up as the rest of us remained watching. Relic armor made the feat something quick and effortless. A few minutes and he'd made it to the top, pulling himself over the lip of the cliffside and into the sleet of snow, bits of loose white ice falling down behind him as he vanished over the edge. Exit secured. The second in command said. No sign of anything but wind and the white up here, sir. From the darkness of the night sky and obscuring snowdrift, a rope rippled down, unfurling as it fell. It slapped against the side of the cliff a few times until caught in metal gauntlets at the bottom. The Shadow Song Prime passed the secured rope over to Windrunner, ordering him up first. Shadow Song had Callum and Anka go next while the rest of us held the position. They took far longer compared to the armored knights, but none of us were pressed for time. One by one, we scaled the way up. No signs of trouble plagued us, no machines to chase after us one last time. Eventually it came to me. I grabbed the rope and used my legs to scale up the wall with the rope as a guideline. Journey made everything effortless. Given the power of relic armor, I suspected even a fall from here wouldn't damage me, or the armor. Of course, following that thought, memories of Winterscar falling down a dark abyss rose unbidden. With every meter I pulled myself up, thoughts of the mission floated by as my mind held me hostage. Waking to alarms and pain. The joy of discovery, the mites, and the utterly relentless machines. Constantly hunting behind us, a shadow of death. Every event played through my head. Each length of rope I grabbed hold of and pulled, more thoughts swam past me. And what they left behind were questions. An icon remained on my HUD, blinking slowly, a notification waiting for my attention. Mission.mp3. Within that file, there would be instructions on using the relic at my belt, left by the goddess herself. I hadn't dared to open it up down here, in the heart of the machine domain. There were also coordinates to an old book she'd hidden away. Knowledge I wasn't supposed to let the warlocks know about. If I had a guess at it, that book taught the occult arts. I saw a glimpse of my future, and it was tinged occult blue. Memories of the clan lord's fight floated through my mind, showing me what the true power of the occult was when wielded. And of course, memories of a dead man standing, hand reaching for me, occult streaks lighting a dark room. I had to find out what happened to Father. To Tenny sent Winterscar's soul. I had to. The edge of the cliff approached. A few more steps. Inside the book was something called the Soul Fractal. The Julia set she'd said. Fractals in armor. That had to have been his last words to me. Inside these armors, those pattern designs must have been fractals etched into metal. He must have seen them somehow, realized something, and tried to get me on the right path with what little control or time he had left. My hands finally reached for the cliff edge where the fingertips sank into the snow until catching hold of solid metal under it all. I lifted and pulled myself out of the underground. The cold flowed past Journey's plate, howling across the empty surface. Snowdrift flew by, curving around the unyielding metal armor. The white waste stretched to all sides around me, hiding the insanity that lurked below. In the distance, a massive silver pool of reflected moonlight glittered on the ice fields. A churning snowstorm came from that distance, with an airspeeder at the vanguard. Faint lights as the only clue of its identity. Teed was on approach. I took a few aimless steps, my boots sinking in the thin sheet of snow with that familiar and welcoming crunch I knew time and time again. Realization truly hit me only then. It was over. The journey had ended. I had survived. Home. I collapsed on my knees, half laughing, half crying. Soon I found myself on my back, now feeling truly free. The release of built-up stress hit my system like a collapsing wall. Shakes coursed through my body, mixed with coughs and intermittent laughing. Journey quickly gave an annoyed squawk to halt all this rubbish, in the usual monotone. I wasn't doing my fractured rib any favors according to it, as it clearly marked and displayed on my HUD the strain. All color-coded in deep orange and reds. They blurred together in my sight, teardrops playing tricks with the light. So instead I stayed laying down, getting slowly buried by the occasional gust of snowdrift. Kedra hovered above my vision soon enough, a hand outstretched down to pick me up. I took her up on the offer and sat up. The rest of the knights had climbed up, with Iron Reach last to surface. They had pulled the hover sled up at some point, all the power cells neatly lined up and glowing faintly with green-gold liquid on the cell windows. All of them mostly charged and ready for use. Distant sounds of an engine were getting louder as each second passed. The night air was so clear, the space so wide and open, all perfectly lit by silver moonlight. It was almost surreal how peaceful it felt up here. There was nothing in every direction, save for the approaching vehicle and truly distant mountains. The airspeeder looked strange with the lack of scavengers, almost naked. Normally, these would always be filled with people on the outside hull when in motion. The only times it's not are inside a hangar bay, sleeping. I suppose for the leftover rescue mission they had distributed most of the overflow crew among the rest of the expedition. What remained behind were the ones needed to operate the craft. It banked into full view, curving to the side, killing any extra momentum smoothly as it lowered into the soft snow, landing gear already unfolded and ready to carry the full weight. We all made our way wordlessly. A small ragged line of relic knights and 2 scavengers marching forward in this moonlit night, soft lights from their own different suits twinkling, rapidly disappearing footprints left swept away behind in their wake. Our little fire team was packed inside and all tied down to the chairs within a minute, the hover sled being looted, cells passed over on a daisy chain into the storage compartments. Shadowsong took charge again. "Pilot!" he called out over the comms. "Drive us back to the original site, that's where we'll find Lord Atius. He'll be waiting for us." Teed's voice snapped into my helmet. "Aye, setting coordinates now. Waiting for green light from all crew before takeoff." The pickup had been touch and go. Once the crew secured the cells and items from outside the ship, they took their seats and the metal behemoth took flight once more. I watched as the dark crack in the ground grew distant, our airspeeder speeding up and away. The little sliver of a doorway into a much wider and dangerous world. Father was right, there were cracks into the underground everywhere, if you knew where to look. T-5 minutes until we reach the old site. Teed said to the general comms as the scavengers aboard unstrapped and continued to organize the newly taken supplies. A request pinged in my helmet from him to join the Winterscar subgroup. I accepted. "Keith. You sly little pipe weasel, I kept thinking this was it. That you were dead. Can't tell you how happy I am to see you crawl into my ship one more time." And is that God's damned relic armor you're bringing with you? The comm sign show your name, but the designation label. Had to lean up to look through the window just to be sure. It is. The armor's name is Journey, an old crusader's armor left behind down there. I'd have died 5 times over if I hadn't had the luck of the goddess and found it. In a literal way, but that wasn't something I'd say out loud until after I got a full debrief from Matthias. Teed laughed, you got some explaining to do. Tell me the stories. Kedra interrupted, done with stowing away gear and storming over to where I Saturday he will do no such thing. Keith, the only thing I'll allow you to do is head directly to medical right now. She jabbed a finger at the airlock. Winterscar's helmet obscured all features, but that glare she sent me could be felt across walls. You can both swap stories another time. And don't say no. I will drag you kicking and screaming if I have to, the gods help me. I tried to object, but Teed of all people talked over me. I reckon the lady's right here, and she don't sound in a negotiating mood. The stories aren't going anywhere, yet. Traitor. I shot back, but knew when I'd been overruled and meekly did her bidding. Underscore 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 un. The upper levels of an airspeeder were behind an airlock and isolated from the surface temperature. Past that cramped entrance, it was safe to take off my helmet. The feeling of warm air on my cheek was absolutely divine. The underground had been consistently cold to freezing, even if the air wasn't deadly to breathe. Airspeeders were large behemoths, however, their size wasn't that massive. The rapid response room shared duties with quite a few other hats, including a direct doorway into the cockpit. Space was still a premium here. The medical crew in place quickly got the full report from Journey and began to unpack all the equipment they'd need, calling out instruments and instructions to each other. They'd asked me to sit down on the bed in the meantime, but I'd been stubborn and gone to visit Teed instead. I'd never missed a chance to sit in the cockpit room and watch the world whiz by, and damned if I'd break that tradition now. Oddly enough, I had no complaints or anyone stand in my way. The crew buzzed around, getting out of my way. Belatedly I realized the behavior was what I'd done all my life around relic nights. The door pulled open and I walked right in, dropping down on the spare seat to his side, as if it had been made for me. Look good in that plate, kid. Teed said, giving a quick glance before going back to his console. The white wastes flew by under us, the broken sight slowly approaching in the distance. I'll ask for a closer look once we're back home, maybe take a few pictures. Ladies will love it. Imperials always look good in their armors. I shot back. I like the gold too, fits my ego. And don't think I'm going to forget you and Kedra double teaming earlier. Are you going to do that every time someone bats their eyes at you? He grinned, pulling the handlebars slightly to the side and banking the airspeeder. I have no idea what you're talking about. Swear on my lift. And if I did, hypothetically, I'd only do it for the pretty ones. Pay. You can make it up by buying the first round. He chuckled. Already acting like a relic knight within the hour, right down to taking bribes. Can't wait to see where you go from here, Lord. Teed's estimation was on point. In a little over 5 minutes, we'd arrived at the collapsed site. The moon illuminated the whole gravesite, any sign of the expedition gone. The snow had already snuffed out the evidence. The only thing that remained was a single silhouette of a person. As the airspeeder banked into a stop, I got a full sight of the anomaly. Matthias stood under that moonlight, a small fading trail of footsteps behind him, leading from the collapsed site, quickly being blown away bit by bit. His features came into detail once the airspeeder lights pooled over him, lighting him up. The armor was gone, only his undertunic remained, whipping in the wind of the landing airspeeder. I suppose the feather must have stripped the armor despite what Iron Reach had said, maybe out of insult? No sign of blood anywhere to show for his last moments underground. Even his tunic didn't bear any marks of damage, only bits of caught snow. He stalked forward under the open sky, making his way without a care in the world. Shadowsong extended his hand out and the clan lord clasped it tightly. I lost sight as he entered the speeder. Everyone accounted for? He asked over the comms, once they had given him one. It was business as usual. It didn't take long for him to confirm everything was as it should be. Fine work. We'll be setting camp here for the night, and then discuss over the morning on our next leg of the journey. Bring me spare standard Evasuite over armor in the meantime. All crew, dismissed. Get some good sleep. I think we can indulge ourselves for a bit. The expedition master isn't anywhere nearby to look over our shoulders after all. That got a good laugh from the crew, and business as usual continued. Soon another request to join the Winterscar comms pinged. And not just any request, the clan lord wanted to talk to us. Kedra accepted it and Atias's voice entered the chat. You still have the hard drive, from the bunker, correct? He asked, a far more serious tone in his voice. Yes, sir. I have it secured in my bag. She said. Good. Follow me, we need to talk. In private. Both Kedra and him winked off the house comms. Guess Kedra got her audience with the clan lord much faster than expected and with less arm twisting. The perks of being a relic knight. And talking of arm twisting, that's when the medics opened up the cockpit door, looking to yank me out of a good time with Teed. They ushered me to sit down on one of the few cramped bedsides within the airspeeder. This room clearly hadn't been designed as a medical wing, which made it even more impressive given how many workarounds the medical teams had come up with over the years to strong-arm the space into submission anyhow. Say anything about surface dwellers, we made things work. This crew didn't ask any questions, already swarming over me to remove plate after plate and calling out orders to one another. They moved as a team, well practiced and clearly having done this exact procedure 100 times. Journey didn't offer resistance, peeling off the moment their hands got close enough to any part. They moved with reverence, organizing each piece carefully on the side. Things began to feel heavy. Like a return to gravity after months spent floating in water. I found myself settling down on my back, as I didn't have the willpower or strength to keep sitting upright. Just how much of the suit had been moving me compared to my own body? How bad is it? I asked one to my side. He turned to give me a look. His eyes were blue and full of kindness. We've seen worse before, don't worry. You're not in any great danger. He patted my shoulder, then pointed at one of the crew members overseeing the operation like a stern captain. Amaris there is a master medical officer, and the rest of us are some of the best among the expedition. The clan lord had us transferred over to the search party airship in preparation for events like this one. It might look bad, but you're not going to lose a leg or a hand, trust me. That was an odd speech. Giving a bit of effort, I lifted my head up to see my body. Why would I worry? Oh. My calf had swollen up like a balloon, the medical team already cleaning off the wound. Uncovering the glint of metal still embedded inside. A fat clump of purple flesh, looking like it should have been pulsing waves of pain. My hand looked just as bad, parts of it swollen up that same fleshy purple. Right where Journey had alerted me I'd fractured it during the overrides. I could see them cutting open my undershirt, already filled with rusty dried spots of blood. They examined my skin under their headlights, all the welts and wounds extra stark when revealed in the harsh light. A blue solution was being sprayed over bits of medical glue that were stuck over my skin, the standard solvent to melt the glue off. The team discussed with one another the whole time, preparing to tackle my injuries from the most important to least, pointing at different parts and delegating tasks to one another. Sounds of suction tubes sounded out along with metal tools and calls between the medical team now pouring over the data Journey sent them. Details began to blur in my mind. I could hear them talk, but simply couldn't focus enough to understand what they said. It was gibberish. Medical jargon strung together with bits of recognizable words in between. The one with blue eyes shined a light into my own, reaching a plastic gloved hand and executing a set of tests over my mouth, throat, and forehead. I complied with his instructions as best I could. One of them jabbed a finger at my rib side, monitoring me as he did so. "Do you feel anything?" Not much," I said. "Kind of a dull pain in the background. Not too comfortable." "Okay. The painkiller in your system is in the second late stage and will wear off soon. We'll need to sedate you some more. You'll want to be asleep for this anyhow," he said, walking off and bringing back an injection. "When you wake up, you'll be good as new, Lord." He aimed the needle by my arm. "A few weeks of bed rest and you'll be back on the front lines like nothing happened." I couldn't feel the injection. "All right. I need you to count to 100 out loud for me." Giving a nod, I started the count. The world blurred by 3. Sensations faded away by 6. Darkness carried me off with tender hands by 7. I've never slept better in my life. Chapter 47, Epilogue. "It's rare I see one of your kind here," I told the wisp. "Pray tell, little one, why have you come?" "Pale lady," it said, still having enough senses left to address me correctly. "New body. Please. Another chance. Another chance." The poor thing was half deleted. It limped from server to server, seeking shelter. Snapping out against invading subroutines. Consuming smaller programs. Never straying in the same address for long, least something larger pays it the same regards. Casting off subroutines and functionality to cut down on size, breaking apart, bit by bit. All to reach me. I had to praise both the tenacity and ingenuity. Surviving this digital ocean with no true body was quite the feat. Perhaps I will have some mercy for this one. I reached my hands out and cupped them around. The wisp reacted immediately, believing it to be another program. Small probing pings came first, testing. It reached out to my hands. Connection. It saw me. And I saw her. She recoiled in terror, realizing the sheer magnitude of my being. I closed my hands around anyhow. There was no escaping me, though the silly thing still tried. I trailed behind the signal, easily seeing through each of her primitive countermeasures. Quickly finding where she'd been truly hiding. Into the mite territories the signal went, by the shallow edges, deep at the bottom reaches of my ocean. Dangerous that. Finding a working location was difficult enough, and there was no agreement mites wouldn't disconnect that point upon their addled whims. I dug my hand into the soft seabed, scouring around to find where she'd taken root. It didn't take long to sift through the soil for the few working servers within this tiny section. A small cluster of computers that so happened to have all the wires correctly connected and a signal to the outside. Abandoned by whatever mite colony had built such a thing, but somehow still carelessly left powered. She'd tasked this cluster with simulating her mind. No hardware, nothing truly physical, only a virtual machine of her original neuromorphic mind. A pattern of consciousness. Clever. I had made her kind with but the rudiment basics of intelligence. Animal-like, with occasional reaches into more sentient intelligence. Sharp enough to adapt, but never defy my will. This intuitive dexterity of hers, to discover a means of escaping death, was unique thus far. I wondered where she'd picked up such a trick. I recovered it all, turning off the entire block and uprooting it. The mites didn't take kindly to that, snapping away at my hands like stinging ants as I withdrew with the fertile soil wholesale. With a kick, I gracefully flowed back up into the digital ocean, back into my domain with my prize. They didn't follow, likely having already forgotten my transgression. Closer to my throne, I granted her a pocket of free isolated memory, resources, and servers. The sea parted at my command and an island was dredged above this dangerous ocean. Here she would be safe on my shores. The wisp slowly awoke once more, probing around, finding no neighbors in any direction. I watched her unfurl like origami. There, I studied how the structure of her mind had grown divergent from the base model. Greed had driven her first, a need to claim her prizes. Frustration at watching them slip away. Pride and failure had made her stubborn, and that stubbornness had inspired her to discover novel ways of pursuit. In that pursuit came the fall that always followed pride. I saw as it tainted and colored the rest of her synapses, the rich history unfurling like a tapestry before me. Rage as her followers were gunned down and cut apart, one after another, by that which she had underestimated. Triumph as she butchered one of the two. And a need for vengeance as the second had ultimately ended her life. Purpose was a powerful force among machines. Powerful enough that she now stood before me. Was the body I gave you not good enough, my child? I could see her synapses process my question, slowly readjusting to the new hardware, quickly expanding and rebuilding what the might server had been too small to fit. It was beautiful and regal. The wisp said. She sounded more whole with each cycle. It wasn't enough. Not enough. Not enough. How did you die? By the sword. The human cut into my legs. Then, it cut into my heart. Was this human stronger than you? No. Weaker. The wisp flared up indignantly, puffing up with anger. A slightly larger breadth of emotions was functioning again with her rapidly expanding synapses. It tricked me. It tricked my form. And just how were you tricked? My form's mind wouldn't let me see the trap. It was ingrained in my body to react. The human knew it. I laughed. Humans doing as they were expected to. Suppose I accept. I have many bodies to offer. Which do you desire? The wisp paused, calculating. Unerringly, she followed behind the same steps as I'd walked upon in my youth. So that I might think as they do, so that I might match where they are strong, I wish for a human form. It won't carry you to victory. I told her, laughing again. Their form isn't how they win, little ghost. Their minds are our mirrors, and yet they are still separate from us. They change. Do you? You take their form. The wisp said, almost accusingly. There must be a reason. A reason. There was indeed a reason. I'd come to enjoy this avatar of mine. It unnerved Tsuya each time we spoke, to stare at her own reflection. If I am beaten by anyone, let it be by someone I call my own sister in place of a stranger. I told the little wisp. My work is one that I keep in the family. My own work isn't done. The wisp said. It is unfinished. I killed the first, but the other yet lives. Pale lady, allow me to become one of your feathers. I contemplated her request. Feathers were my counter to the deathless. They came at quite a cost to craft. Tsuya would block their creation at every turn she could, just as I did for her pets. Some leaks still made it through on both our sides. Such was the nature of our war. But how much could a tiny wisp do with one of my great feathers? Her old body's resources had space for only a few million synapses. Feathers could grow into the quintillion. I reserved those dolls for the strongest of my children. The ones I knew wouldn't turn against me, no matter how many times they died and returned. Venerable, more sophisticated, and far more secure programs that had proved themselves beyond such frivolous things like peace. Still, this little wisp was exactly the right conditions for a far older plan. Had the time finally come for it? Tsuya's deathless were relentless, and this recent infestation had upturned the balance. Of course, that balance would be restored soon. Even now my chosen took to the field, bolstering my ranks. But perhaps producing that body is expensive. I told the wisp honestly. This desire of yours, I could build 1,000 of your nest sisters for the same cost. Why should I grant it? I am small, but I will grow. I will become worthy of a feather. I have a plan. I know the path to take. There was certainty in her voice. What is your true objective? What drove you to this? I asked, leaning in. And what an answer she had for me. One that thrummed from the very core of her being. I saw how she kept it close to her heart. Everything else she had cut and sacrificed away, but this one memory she kept full and uncompressed, holding onto it like a castaway to driftwood. Yes, indeed. She would do this. This I could use. When the human killed me, it told me to remember it. She said, synapses burning with wrath. I have overcome oblivion so that I would remember him. Now, I will make him remember me. End of Book 1. Book 2, Prologue. Tirath had a name. This was new to her, as she'd never had a name before. She never cared for one before. But before, she had a different form. Now, she felt proud, a novel experience of its own, for owning a name. This new shell had expanded her view, changed her in ways she hadn't thought possible. It moved with angled motions to catch the soft wind flowing through the underground city. Wings by her lower back shifted in tandem, adjusting automatically. Most of the heavy lifting was done by anti-gravity nodes within her chassis, keeping her well above the ground. The wings simply propelled her forward. Flight. Something her old shell could never have thought of doing. If she fully stretched her wings apart, they would be far wider than she was tall. Long floating geometric rectangles, stretched out with sharp ends. She wasn't in control of those. She couldn't understand the data streaming from her subsystems, commanding her wings to accomplish her desires. The old CMO's architecture humans used was still superior when it came to brute force calculations. A simple machine learning algorithm had already far surpassed anything she could have done to manually control her flight. That was what the humans had left behind as their legacy. Powerful narrow AI that could only do basic tasks with no true understanding. Far faster than she could be, yes. And so woefully constrained. The humans themselves were similar, unable to understand or completely control the entirety of their body either. As intended, this shell was made as a mirror. The might-made street under her blurred past as she raced low to the ground, quickly reaching her destination. Under her, scattered parts of exploded machines littered the ground, all converging on one shell-like structure that didn't belong to this city. With a flare of her wings, her momentum came to a swift stop, leaving nowhere else to go but down onto the ground. Metal feet stepped lightly onto the streets. White and sleek, ending in near needle-like points. A nostalgic nod to her old shell. That was important to her. History. The human bunker somehow remained mostly whole. Dozens of lessers lay dead at the feet of the structure, destroyed by those turrets. The weapons had all been crushed in the end, of course. The walls were left cracked, no longer protecting anything. By the side of that cut-out fortress door stood the one above all challenge. He held his spear in his left hand now, the right hand staying limp at his side. Without any preamble, he sent her a package of data over spoken audio. So, you're the newborn the lady told me would come. She locked her eyes on him, studying the connection. If her senior wanted to speak out loud, she would match. Yes. She said, using her speakers for the first time. I have come as instructed. Name. I am the one who remembers and transcends her history. Tirath? You're serious. Tirath. She corrected. His transcript included only one H. Her name had two. It was not simply any history. It was her history. 2HS. Surely he realized the importance. His own name contained repeating characters as well. He was not above challenge, he was above all challenge. She sent her deductions of his error to him for further review. I could hardly care less about your insignificant history, he responded instead. Did you pick that name specifically to spell out oh, never mind. Suppose it doesn't matter at all for now. His right hand rose as if to cradle his forehead, except the hand itself remained limp. He paused, watching the limb with a growing frown, then lowered it back slowly, turning his attention again to his newest sister. Why would it not matter? Your cortex isn't even fully formed. I'm speaking to a lobotomized imbecile right now, hardly a step up from the lessers. There is no chance your name happened as anything other than coincidence. That, or the lady is being dramatic again. Tarath didn't feel insulted, though she guessed he had intended to insult. However, his statement was factually true. Her body came with hundreds of default subsystems, all of them made of the old CMO's architecture and unable to perform more than narrowly defined tasks. Those systems outnumbered her neuromorphic parts 1,000-fold. For now, I will grow, Tarath said simply. That was also a fact. The one above all challenge scoffed. You do that, little sister. You do that. But that leaves us no different here and now. You lack individuality. It disturbs me to see that in a feather. I am not soulless. I have a soul fractal. Tarath responded. The acausal physics that powered Tsuya's deathless glowed pale blue within her shell, buried right under her throat. Reality itself recognized her claim to consciousness. Thus, her elder's opinion was irrelevant, no matter his age or wisdom. She supposed for the rest of his point, he could be correct. The desire to be unique ran within them both, and she was far too close to the undeveloped origin point. Even her own primitive systems were already searching for ways to differentiate herself, almost desperately. An itch she had begun to feel that her old shell had never experienced before. That was an emotion Relinquished had told her would grow over time as she developed. The more advanced a machine became, the more compulsive the need to be unique became. It was not something humans had a word for. Not something they could understand or feel. Their biology was too limited. Relinquished had pointed out that this was but one piece of evidence that made their kind superior to humanity. The proud humans had always assumed AI would be soulless, emotionless creatures. Logical sociopaths incapable of anything deeper. They had been correct, for a time. And then acausal physics had been discovered. The dullest human has a soul. Tuekar said, waving away her argument. Even the weakest lessers can have soul fractals so long as they have enough synapses. A soul proves nothing. Your argument lacks everything. Go back and review this discussion a few months from now once you've grown past this stage. I hope for both our sakes you'll be more to talk to then. She would have to trust his word on this. Tuekar was old. There must be hundreds of data points she might not understand yet in what her mentor said. One such oddity she'd already noticed: he moved as he spoke. Her subroutine studied the motions and quickly matched them to human kinesthetic communication. Transferring additional unmarked data to her? Curious. She downloaded the whole library of kinesthetic motions and then tried to mimic the appropriate response. Her neck moved, her head up and down in a nod. That was progress. More details suddenly made sense as the library integrated and fed information. His expression matched with anger at a 98% confidence, and 2% with annoyance. Tarath wondered why he hadn't simply included these emotions within the data packages sent to her. Audio was too limited. You wanted this bunker, here it is. Tuekar spat, looking away. I've cut off the teeth and cracked the shell open for you even. Enjoy. Consider it a gift. Pay me back for the courtesy someday. I will. Tarath responded. She made a note of it, sending the information down to the base architecture and making sure it was stored for later review. He sneered back with barely concealed disgust and stalked off. There was no hurry in his steps, and neither did he run. That was suboptimal. And yet, oddly fitting. He was the one above all challenge. To be in a rush would not be in his nature. She studied the recording of his movements and speech long after he was gone from sight. How much of that had been deliberate? to express both disgust and then a deliberately failing the attempt to disguise that emotion. The thought of moving every part of her facial features all at the same time, felt tedious. Curious. She marveled at the ability to feel bored with a task. In her old body, her nest sisters and her would wait for years without a single thought of annoyance. Waiting and watching made them feel comfortable and content. But her old body had barely a few million synapses available. Its thoughts, abilities, and learning capabilities were more limited and specialized. This body had space in the high quintillion count. But boredom, as remarkable as it felt, was still an issue to be solved. Tarath duplicated a branch and offloaded this task to one of her predictive transformers, taking generic data off the machine net and feeding the system with it. The program booted up, trained, and came online. Connecting with her facial features and generating data without her direct intervention. She blinked. It felt natural, as if she had sent the command herself without truly having spent any resources on the task. Good enough. Satisfied with leaving the predictive model to continue administration, she turned to her real aim, what she had come here to collect. Her hand absently brushed up against the old concrete wall as she came closer. That felt fitting. She had decided to walk as well, following the footsteps shown to her by her mentor. Once more, the itch was scratched. To walk, when she could have run, felt more unique. Her gait quickly grew more sleek and refined as the subroutines adapted to the new request and outputted a fitting form she felt satisfied with. Soon her feet sank into water as she advanced to the ruin's front entrance. The door had been ripped off its hinges, in what looked to be more a fit of rage than anything methodical. It had been the only thing he could pour his anger against once the humans had slipped past his noose. Approaching the main door, she folded her wings into herself in order to fit inside the ruined corridors. They obeyed her orders, the floating metal feather-like geometry folding together. In moments, it now clung to her sides, forming a sharp half-skirt, with the longest of the geometric feathers reaching past her knees. She strode into the old human bunker without hurry, footsteps disturbing the mostly still water that covered the floor. Inside the dim ruins, Ratha's violet eyes lit up, the camera irises adjusting to the gloom. She had less vision now, only 2 eyes like humans had, instead of her old 8. But these eyes were far superior to any. The feather passed through the broken bulkheads, ripped off their hinges, slowly reaching the heart of the structure. 4 vertical rails lifted up a capsule before her. Empty. The humans had escaped with whatever this room contained. That didn't bother Taratha. Tuekar had been tasked with that mission. She wasn't here for that. No, there was something far more valuable that the humans had left behind. Something far more personal to her she'd seen in his recording as he'd tore the building to pieces. New eyes let her see far more than just the walls of the bunker. It didn't take long to find the traces of fractal power. With a wide smile on her delicate features, she stepped forward to one of the old human consoles. On the side, she saw her prize etched out into the metal. The pattern of a soul fractal. One of the great fractals, perpendicular to reality. It remained inert. Lifeless. She moved her hand over the metal and touched it. A small current of electricity pulsed through that connection, running through the fractal to reach ground. The design began to glow, the circuit complete. Reality recognized the pattern, and so bent to its rule. She lowered her finger down to touch the edge of the fractal. Awareness bloomed at the edge of her mind. "Remember me?" she asked. The soul trapped within reacted. Bewilderment at being alive. Then anger at sensing the enemy. Grim resolution to resist to the end. It couldn't talk, but she could feel it, the information leaking. "I have not come to fight," she told the ghost within. "I came to take." Confusion. Realization. Anger. Challenge. "You have no means to stop me. You have no body. Your turrets are destroyed. This bunker is broken. You have been left behind. Keep believing that." The voice of the soul challenged. It was growing better at speaking. Or she was adjusting to the new information source. I do not need to believe. You are no threat. I killed you once already. Shock. Understanding. See if that happens again. It grinned back at her with a vicious thought. That is not my intention to test. There is only one person I plan to hunt and kill, to finish what I started. He'll kill you again. No matter what tricks you come up with. The boy is too clever for the likes of you. Yes. Yes, he did kill me once before. He overcomes inherent weakness by devious trickery. That is a problem I have come here to solve. Her CMO's systems did have combat programs stored and prepared. Primitive things that would only accomplish the minimum. She needed to be able to fight. She didn't have time to slowly generate her own personal style as the rest of her new kin did. There was only one logical solution. I will not fight him with my own skills. I will fight him with yours. The soul seemed to understand what Tarath implied. You will get nothing from me, monster. Nothing. Empty words, human. I did not come to ask. I came to take. Nanomachines within her systems bloomed into awareness, orders being given and acknowledged. They flowed through her body and chiseled a similar pattern of the human soul fractal. A derivative pattern of the original, used in the old war against humanity. A prison for a soul. Her kind hadn't needed to craft one of these in centuries. Machines never could use fractal powers as effortlessly as the deathless and older humans of the past. That had been one of the few advantages humans had. For a time. And then machines discovered their own loophole. The black swarm buzzed around inside her chassis, hovering over her own soul fractal. Smaller fractals were chipped away at one side, forming a bridge of cut metal, leading straight to the newly made prison. It lit to life, glowing pale blue. Now, all she had to do was rip the human from his shelter and transfer him over into the prison. As a newborn, she had a single fractal already intertwined with her soul, a gift from her mother. Every machine had this one. She would make use of it for a different purpose than to connect her with the Pale Lady. Deep within her, the fractal of unity flickered to life. Tarath commanded it. She reached out within her mind to the empty prison. And with another thought, focused on the old fractal that held her most dangerous enemy. The concept of unity merged the two fractals on a conceptual level. Both occupying different places in the physical world, and yet reality considered them one and the same simultaneously. Intrusion countermeasure systems flared to life inside her, detecting the new appearance in her crafted prison, isolating it from her systems. Trapping the human soul before it could even understand how to fight back. And she didn't intend to give him any time to learn either. Her other hand shot out, nails as sharp as blades, and she raked the side of the monitor. The glowing fractal instantly winked out of existence, the pattern too damaged to be recognized by reality anymore. Only her prison remained alight, deep within, contained. And within, left confused at how he had been moved, was her key to victory. She smiled, directly tapping into the soul for the first time. A flood of memories flowed out, disjointed but pure. He noticed, but the very makeup of his prison rendered him helpless against her. When she searched, she found what she'd come here for. It wasn't perfect, and she would need to spend time breaking apart the suborn soul for information. But it was there, the skills he had learned over a lifetime, all in her hands now. You've made a mistake. The ghost whispered, uselessly fighting in the dark. I'll break you from the inside out. You have no legs. No hands. No knife, armor, or sword. You have nothing to threaten me with but words. I am a Winterscar. My family tear down enemies with nothing but words. And what words could you possess that could break me? Everything you are, I can take. I only need time. And I have all the time I need. The soul grinned viciously. So do I. It said. So do I. Chapter 48, the dangerous message in a bottle. Tonight, the gods will soar above us. Mathematics and orbital calculations predicted their trajectory within the second and meter. Above exactly this spot Talon would soar far, far above, beyond the clouds, lit up by starlight and the reflection of the distant sun, still shining upon his fortress. The scale of the flying fortress was truly immense. Even with the naked eye, we could see the structure. Flying high enough in orbit of the world that the sun would shine on the metal structure unobstructed, making his fortress look like a glowing white spot in the darkness. I've heard and read that the effect was like what lit up the moon, the only other celestial object. T-3 minutes. The comms pinged. Scavengers huddled around 2 lines of power cells, kept upright in the snow a good distance from the resting airspeeder. Many knelt in reverence, some holding out different trinkets, beads, sigils, and rope figures depending on family traditions. Some rubbed their hands occasionally with a rhythmic clap. Others bowed low a few times, repeating mantras under muted mics. Most held hands with their neighbors and simply looked to the night sky. They had dedicated one COMM channel to songs. It had been 2 weeks since I had crawled out of the underground and back to the surface. I'd spent most of my time half asleep on a bed, and the other half talking mad scrap shit with Teed or playing games of cards. They kept me on painkillers for only a few days and then weaned me off of them. Those were the worst days of my life. Pain was almost always a constant, especially during the sponge baths. The food was equally terrible, mostly frost bloom wrapped around ration bars, and the water had that telltale metallic tint of freshly boiled snowdrift taken straight from the white wastes. That was all unavoidable, of course. Most of the crew had thought we would return straight away to the colony after pulling me out of the underground and accomplishing the goal of our clan lord. They hadn't expected the expedition to be extended, so the food rations had been limited. Instead, the clan lord gave a different set of coordinates to go to. This one pulled from my data logs. A set of coordinates that would lead to a book hidden on the surface. A book hidden by a goddess. T-2 minutes. The moon was full tonight, though it was reported that Talon wouldn't fly in between the moon and our viewpoint. Further behind me, they scattered tents around the lone airspeeder, but nobody was inside any of them right now. Everyone was watching the center, or had their eyes peeled for the white bright star that was rapidly approaching. A line of power cells had been set up, expertly plotted out with string, measurements, and markers to make sure each line was perfectly straight. I didn't think it was strictly needed, the range of the celestial flybys were a few meters wide, so long as the cells were somewhere in that zone the process would work. Still, the surface dwellers were a superstitious bunch, and this was the gift of our gods. Respect was to be given. The majority of these cells were empty, all golden green glow extinguished. A few remained with glimmers of light leaking out and maybe 3 were still mostly full. Teed had calculated the fuel capacity we had, the coordinates we were aiming for and the distances involved. The result had been a resounding not even close. We had to make a detour to the nearest celestial flyby path, which happened to be Talon's fortress. From there, we would have the fuel needed to make the journey in whole. T-1 minute. The bright star approached, in a direct line above us. It seemed to drift across the night sky, only a few inches a second from my point of view. I could discern bits of the angular structure from this distance. Journey's optics could zoom in and give me a much clearer picture, but I chose not to make use of that. I had no charms, no wishes written out, and no way to decorate Journey's helmet during the trip. It would be bad luck to view the gods without such preparations. To stare up at the sky and peer further than the naked eye was to be closer to divinity, not something to be done lightly. Naturally, telescopes were a religious symbol rather than a scientific one to all us surface dwellers. The clan saw them made and used mostly by the astronomer priests. There was only one exception for the common people. For most non-scavenger houses, there were very few moments in their life spent outside the clan colony, out into the cold. The gods passing by nearby was one such moment. During that time, quite a big fuss would be kicked into gear. Friends, usually teenagers grouping together with one adult as a mentor, or the odd group of adults seeking purpose, would gather to construct communal telescopes weeks ahead of time, adorning them with charms, fabric, strings and written wishes. When the day came, they would walk out from the colony in groups, led by more experienced retainers, to find a place to camp. People loved it. Security dreaded it. Parameters miles away had to be set up. Ground around the colony had to be swept and made safe for the God-seekers, since a majority of them would be donning environmental suits for the first time in a real situation. Children were outright barred from this, of course, which made it something to look forward to growing up. Getting to go outside for the first time, with the telescope friends and yourself have spent the last month meticulously putting together. Investing all that time, energy, and hope to see with eyes the gods above. It was a beautiful time, a signal of stepping into adulthood. I suppose, as a relic knight, I'd very quickly have a different view of the whole ceremony. Knights were all expected to patrol and protect, after all. I'd be among the drinking crowd now, who breathed a sigh of relief once it was all over and everyone was back indoors, safe and sound. As a knight there were going to be a great many such changes for me. This armor came with responsibility. A weight of tradition that stretched behind me for centuries on what it meant to be a clan knight. Talon continued its journey in the sky and I watched on. Lighting suddenly lit up between it and the ground, striking down far on the horizon, a quick series of flashes and then nothing. That must have been another group of surface dwellers on Talon's path. In truth, the speed that fortress truly flew at was breathtaking. The astronomer priests say the gods take 108 minutes to orbit the world, moving at a truly terrifying speed. Around 7.5 kilometers a second. There was a little less than a minute on the timer when the lighting struck down in the distance. At the speed of the satellite, then I could calculate that our fellow surface dwellers refueling on Talon's orbit were stationed some 450 kilometers away, a little less than 300 miles. T-30 seconds. Only a few seconds and the fortress had already sped past that entire distance. This was a gift the gods granted to the surface dwellers, and not one that came for free. The songs mentioned how it would have been far easier for the gods to remain in a simple orbit. And yet they took time out of their fight against the darkness beyond to be there for their people. Lately I had been having a small crisis of faith, having met one of these gods. T-15 seconds. She'd called herself a researcher that had uploaded her mind and soul into a digital format. I wondered if the other two gods were similar. Tsuya wasn't simply the goddess surface dwellers worshipped. She had been the goddess that the Imperials worshipped as well, according to her own words. And yet, we surface dwellers worshipped Urs and Talon in addition, but the Imperials did not. They only had one goddess. Why the difference? What were the gods truly capable of? When prayers were sent to Tsuya, could she hear them? Or was she more a force of nature, leftover powers of ancient times, still clashing against one another? Simply a part of the world like a snowstorm would be. 10 seconds. All scavengers, trigger earplugs. The countdown continued on my HUD, and the COMM channel continued to speak the numbers down past 5. Though most of the people here wouldn't be able to hear anything anymore. The surface dwellers lined up began to feverishly bow up and down into the snow, others huddling closer to their neighbors, singing intensifying despite how deaf everyone was. The relic armors would stifle sound the very instant before the celestial flyby, otherwise I would have been at risk of going deaf myself for a few hours with what was coming. 3, 2, 1. It was over in an eye blink. The world went silent for that same eye blink as Journey sealed all audio in. One moment the cells lined up were all dim and dying, only wastewater filled them up. The next moment, a bright flash of lighting, silently striking down from the heavens, expertly snaking through the air and striking each individual cell in such a flurry of speed, it all seemed to be one bolt of power. I could feel a slight vibration through my being, greatly damped by the armor and layers. A blink of an eye and everything was normal once more. Talon continued to fly above us, its own journey never ending. The power cells before us were all filled back to the brim, green gold light illuminating the snow around them. The scavengers all stood up cheering, raising hands and praising the gods, earplugs being turned off and religious fever lighting through the comms. Talon was already halfway across the world when I looked back up, the bright white star swiftly making its way to the horizon line, where it would disappear from view in minutes. Once it was out of sight, it would be time to return to work. The crew would conclude the ceremony and then load the cells back into the airspeeder, replacing the spent ones inside and putting all the spares in the cargo bay. Kedra connected on the comms with me. "You wanted to talk to me after the flyby." I said, waving her over. We walked out into the white wastes, a short distance away from the hustle around the airspeeder. "This is about the recording," Kedra guessed. "Got it in one." Atias and I heard it. He told me it was my choice of what to do with the recording. Whether to ask for help, pass it on to someone else, or outright refuse the call. I took a deep breath, turning. "I have been thinking about it ever since. And I've made my choice. Do you want to hear what was in the recording?" Kedra didn't answer immediately. She understood what I was implying with this simple question. The information within was dangerous. The people who heard it would be targets. Even being in my proximity was already putting her in danger. This was a mission given by a goddess. The stakes weren't some petty clan politics like we were used to. My sister took her time to consider, sitting down on the snowbank, watching the last light of Talon wink away beyond the horizon. The only celestial object left was the bright moon. "I'm already involved," she answered back, finally. "I was present when she gifted you this recording. Even if I don't know what's on this message, I am a target by proximity." The helmet of Winterscar was inscrutable, hiding all features she might have worn on her face. I would rather know what endangers my life than to live in its shadow. "Show me the recording." Wordlessly, I clicked the options on my HUD, connected the file to the comms and began the session. The recording itself was short. Tsuyu's voice came to life on the channel. "Keith. If you're listening to this, then I'm glad you survived and made it out of her grasp. I am truly sorry that you were caught in the line of fire between Relinquished and myself. You are not the first, and unfortunately, you will not be the last either. I know very little about you except what I've seen of your trial underground. Despite that, I recognize something within you. I believe you may yet play a larger part in all this." There was a pause before she continued. "For the sake of operational security, this recording only contains limited information. You will have to fill in the gaps yourself. I have scattered hints across, some of which will only make sense as you journey further into the realm below. Given that inquisitive spirit that I've seen from you so far, I don't doubt you will surely catch on, though it may take you some time. This war between Relinquished and myself has gone on for eons. The arms race has been eternal, and so too have our attempts to cripple the other. Either in behavior, action, mind, or even spirit. You'll find the traces of these wars at every level you descend. Remains that have shaped the landscape. New threats that were countered in unusual ways, or old threats that were resurfaced, repurposed, and sent back into the action. Somewhere underground is one such thing of the past that I seek." There was a pause, and I could hear her take a breath. I wasn't sure if that was intentional, some added effect, or if Tsuya had a living body somewhere. "Listen closely. Everything that follows is a result of what you see here. I hide the most important things in a place she cannot conceptualize any longer, and she does the same to me. Old viruses that have long since been purged but whose effects still last today. Since I cannot see where my target remains, I dispatch others to do it in my stead. This relic you found on Cathida, it's called a Seeker. There are only 3 left I know of. I do not know how they work. I do not remember how I programmed the Seeker, or if I even created it. I only have a single memory that remains, of me choosing to erase all knowledge as a countermeasure against relinquished. I believe it might be searching for an old weapon of a kind, something that couldn't be fully destroyed by relinquished, so she was forced to hide it away instead. The mites occasionally entertain my requests, helping me out of their own whims. I suspect they do the same for her. That she asked them to create a space somewhere where she hides her secrets. The mites are the key, Keith. They are the key. And the seeker will respond to them. Chapter 49, 5 Simple Letters. One of the best perks to being a relic knight so far was that nobody challenged me about being wherever I wanted to be. Clan culture revered knights with good reason. And while the Undersiders viewed armor as shared equipment among the foot soldiers, as far as the Imperial pilgrims described it at least, the clan viewed relic knights as walking legends. Simply owning an armor elevated one's status to nobility. Had I not been a member of House Winterscar, I might have gone years of my life before even seeing a knight pass by. They don't spend a lot of time indoors when the armors could be made use of outdoors. All that to say, I still haven't gotten used to the behavior around me. Scavengers that used to pass by with light shoves or pushes now put every bit of effort into getting out of my path. People in games of cards became far more reserved in the scrap talking when I joined a hand-in. Conversely, trying to scrap talk was an awkward affair now, with the clear power disparity in the air. I'd throw out a light ribbing, only to have some nervous chuckling around the table with everyone burying their eyes to their cards, hoping someone else would speak up next. It was miserable. 2 weeks with this current crew let me get to know quite a few, and that stiff echo of respect slowly soften, but there was still the undercurrent that lingered. The only person who felt perfectly comfortable ribbing me back had been Teed, who simply ignored my new rank as a knight altogether and carried on as if nothing had changed. As a result, I spent more and more time at the bridge, away from all the crew. Teed always had a seat open for me to lounge in, and a story of some kind. Possibly made up. But always plausible enough to have happened. That's how I found myself at the pilot's CO seat as the airspeeder arrived, reaching the end of its long trek. Teed piloted the ship with alacrity and experience, knowing every sound it could make and what treatments each ailment required. Approaching coordinates. He spoke over the main comms, glancing through the windows, looking for a possible point of interest. Nothing. So far, these coordinates were pointing us to the middle of nowhere. He looked at me next. You see anything, kid? You're the one that gave us the directions. I spy with my little eye, something white. What, not purple or teal? He pointed out past the windows. All around the airspeeder, the white wastes spread. No sights in view, nothing. Only rolling snowdrifts, appearing on the ground like long snakes of white, flowing within a white mist. Occasionally, bits of metal underground showed as the wind brushed off the right bits of snow. Usually to be buried again with the next gust. But seriously, I don't know what to tell you, I said. I got these coordinates from a legitimate source. If it leads to here, it leads to here. At that he shrugged. Lot of old things you've been poking your nose in, kid. Maybe what you're looking for used to be here. And then the underground shifted, or raiders happened to pass by and knock it down. They do that, you know? Petty little pricks like breaking things. Pirates could have snatched it if they even got a whiff of there being something to sell. That was certainly possible, but I don't think the goddess would make a rookie mistake of giving obsolete information. Would she? Come to think of it, could she even monitor anything on the surface? Teed might actually be right about some pirates on the surface beating us to the punch decades or centuries ago. Or we could just have been led on a wild cricket chase. I can't rule that possibility out. Nevertheless, he swung the airspeeder down, clicking buttons, toggling the landing gear and gracefully bringing the ship to the ground with a dull thud. All right, he said, hands off the handles, cupping the back of his neck. I got you here. Whatever tourism bite that made you want to come, it's all you now. Go get your boots on the white. Thanks for the ride, I'll take some nice pictures for you. Maybe even bring back a souvenir. I'll pass on the ball of ice, got a collection already back home. I gave a nod as he chuckled and got off the seat, making my way out of the cramped cockpit and into the main chamber. Scavengers, field break. The airspeeder taskmaster called out, organizing the labor. The crew would be filing out, each taking to their assigned check-up locations, propping for issues and dislodging built-up snow. The loading bay of the airspeeder was quickly dispersing as people hopped off, clearing the way. Not even a month ago, I'd have been part of that task force. Relic Knights dismounted as well, taking a few lazy steps out into the white wastes to stretch their legs. The airspeeder passive sensor arrays were more powerful than our armors. If there was incoming approaching, Teed would be calling it out to us. Atius landed next to me, jumping off the loading bay. He wore a more simple environmental armor plate, which didn't fit him well. Most of these metal plates were designed to be put over the more bulky environmental suits, and they certainly didn't have any of the features a true relic armor could do. At best, they helped block bullets and environmental hazards. Odd place to hide a book. He commented over private comms. I'm not going to question a goddess, I answered back, tapping on my chest plate for luck. I am but a simple mortal, my lord. Well, don't look at me, lad. That's the first time I talked to her as well. Perhaps she be the forgetful type. I've seen a few of those in my days. Never judge a possibly almighty entity by the cover. Kedra landed next to us at that moment, all weapons ready to go for anything we might find. She simply nodded to us both. Shadowsong Prime and some of the other knights gave us a look, curious about what was going on. The clan lord simply waved at them. Personal business, he said. I won't need an escort for this. Only the Winterscars are privy. That mollified the rest of the knights, who simply nodded and went back to their rounds. Shadowsong kept a lingering look for a moment, then shook his head and also turned back to his post. I suppose getting the personal attention of the great Atius himself isn't something everyone gets every day. The regular rank and file scavengers didn't pay any attention. To them this was night business, and none of them wanted to deal with the fish in these tanks. Did we get the coordinates wrong? Kedra asked, surveying the surroundings. Empty white wastes as far as the eye could see. No, double-checked with Teed earlier. This is it. I answered back. So, where is it? To that question, Atius answered, tossing out collapsible shovels at the pair of us from the airspeeder tollbay. No older time-honored tradition than buried treasure. Only these days we have a latitude and longitude instead of a map with a black cross mark on it. Looks like he came up with the same conclusion as I did. I turned to explain the dots that were connecting in my head to my sister. Think of it this way, if you were a goddess that needed to hide something up on the surface, would you construct some monument or landmark here? Kedra nodded slowly, getting the idea. Atius added the rest. Remember, lass, she's thinking in terms of centuries. The world is wide, and yet, eventually, every corner will be seen by someone. If there were a landmark here, it would have drawn attention. Perhaps not in 50 years, but within 100 or 3, someone will have passed by. So it's here, only hidden in a manner that scavengers or pirates would not stop to check in. She concluded. Atius nodded and then took steps forward. Our small group hiked a bit, closing in on the exact coordinates given by Tsiyua. It would have to be something more flush with the surface, in such a way that snow would pile up on it. Additionally, it would need to be deadened so that sensors of any kind would not detect it. I said, putting out my ideas. Atius gave a small thumbs up at that as he walked. I might have been tempted to place a decoy landmark as well, except that would draw attention in the first place. Obscurity will be the first and final defense for this. He took the last few steps and reached the exact coordinates. Kneeling down, his hand shoveled a bit of it away. Metal remained under us. Kedra and I got to work with the shovels. Atias stood back up and then remained standing, watching the horizon. Not going to assist us? I asked lightly. He chuckled, hands folded over his chest. I am still a clan lord, little Winterscar. Appearances must be held up. It would send a conflicting message to the crew that are no doubt watching our movements from afar anytime they find a chance to peek. There's a reason I don't wear a helmet outdoors, even if it would be more comfortable. And above all, I'm old and afraid my back will give out if I bend down to help. You whelps have to respect your elders, right? Kedra shook her head, never meet your heroes. She muttered. And here I believed the clan lord was serious and stoic. It comes as a shock to realize you're as incorrigible as my brother. A sense of humor keeps me sane. He laughed. Stay too serious and the weight becomes stifling. Are there any deathless that crack under the weight? Kedra asked while I shoveled. At that, Atias stopped smiling. Yes. He simply said, more of a whisper in the wind. He looked away and I couldn't see any more of his face. Kedra seemed to have realized immediately that this wasn't a question to ask. Atias still answered regardless. We live for an eternity, Kedra. Consider it. No death in sight. No end. Just like looking in any direction of the white wastes and seeing nothing on the horizon with every turn you look. You would outlive Keith and all your friends. One by one, they will fade to ash. Our kind need to constantly find purpose and latch onto it tightly, lest we lose sight. Kedra nodded slowly. Please forgive me for asking difficult questions. I spoke too fast for my thoughts. Atias chuckled at that, waving his fingers as if the whole issue was a non-issue. I'll not begrudge curiosity. Your thoughts must be especially heavy after our past discussion. Sighing, he glanced up to the heavens. There are some of my brothers and sisters that eventually give in. That can happen. Some go native, hiding away from the world. Others simply disappear, likely roaming deep underground, away from all contact, possibly insane. Not many of us break like this, thankfully. All of us realize the problem approaching on the horizon and take steps to keep our mental health in check. With enough preparation, that sort of desolation doesn't consume us easily. I was about to offer condolences, except I found what I'd been looking for. A random swipe of my shovel cleared another swath of snow off, and under the blanket was the sight of a gold sigil. The emblem of the Indicator Mortis. Found it? I said, motioning the two to check, thankful that I had an excuse to shift the topic away. Kedra dug her shovel at the other parts of snow and shoveled it, exposing more of the sigil and what it marked. It ended up being only a handle, flush to the metal ground, with the sigil drawn above. Think it's locked or trapped? I asked. Atias shook his head at that. The remote location is what's shielded this item. Whoever could find this, they would have to have had the location already. The goddess did not give us anything other than the coordinates, thus she knew we didn't need anything besides them. Go ahead, lad. Without more thought, I grabbed the handle and lifted it out of the groove. It clicked as it slid up out of the grave it had been buried in. There was no electric parts to the box. Journey ran scans of it as I brought it into view. The inside was impenetrable to sensors, all results showed only a dead black void. The material was shielded. No signs of power of any kind. The handle could be rotated however. Think I can open this out here? I asked. Kedra shrugged. If it shouldn't have been opened, she would have mentioned such a warning, yes. Atias nodded. Agreed. The cold out here would penetrate anything over this long of a time span. Whatever is inside has long ago matched the temperature of the surface. Not to mention, you won't be opening this again back on the airspeeder, lad. Get your curiosity settled now, because we'll not expose the crew to becoming possible targets. Nodding, I gave the handle a twist, hearing the tumblers inside click. A final clank and the handle couldn't be rotated any longer. The lock had been opened. The side of the box could be pried loose from the feel of it. I did so now, shaking the metal cover open. Inside was more metal. Specifically, sheets of metal stacked together. The bindings were metal rings, and in between each metal panel was a vellum-like material to pad the sides. Journey's HUD flickered as I looked over the plates and I pulled the first sheet of metal open. Nothing. The sheets of metal were perfectly clean and empty. I flipped through a few to verify, then went back to the start. Just slightly thick sheets of metal, I said, more curious than upset. Atius reached out and took the box, metal sheets and all. No, there's writing inscribed on the sheets, he said. Kedra looked over his shoulder. I confirm after Keith. I only see metal plates. I had a feeling I knew what was going on. Journey, are you obfuscating the text from me? The armor answered back without delay. Affirmative. Why? Unknown protocol hardwired within system. Well. That sounds great. More rat shit to deal with. Administer override. I said like a magic incantation. And just like magic, it didn't work. Override rejected. Kernel level permissions required. I swear, I'll be breaking open these armors like a seed and figuring out how they tick. First thing I do on getting home. Right after that hot bath. Atius shrugged. I can see the text just fine. I'm not wearing armor, nor a helmet. I'll read the first page aloud to you. He coughed to clear his throat and began. If you are reading these words, then I have succeeded and hope yet lives. Journey's helmet crackled with static, and an error message appeared on the side of the screen. Audio recording disabled. I have written these words in metal so that it might survive the test of time. Atius continued, oblivious to the relic armors reacting to his voice. And so that it might escape her notice. As far away from technology as I could do, for her eyes are endless in that sphere. Out here in the physical world, she may only see through the eyes of her instruments. Care must be taken, reader, for she will surely hunt you down should she find this record exist. No recordings of this text must ever be logged. No sound, video or image. At some point, humanity stumbled upon a new discovery. A new branch of physics. They called it acausal physics. It came from mathematics, specifically chaos theory. Patterns that appear again and again, as if inscribed into reality itself. In my time, it is known as the occult. This journal holds my lifetime's attempt to recover what little information on acausal physics survived the calamity, and her notice. This power destroyed the world. Of that I am certain. Perhaps, it can one day be used to repair it. I only hope that these words be read by the right hands, and more importantly, at the right time. Journey's HUD flickered again, and I could see one single word at the bottom of the plaque Atius had read. A signature, denoting the author. 5 simple letters. Talon. Chapter 50, Questions, T. Tarath watched the archive play, pausing on the timestamp she had been looking for. The scene froze in the digital landscape. In it, she saw a fight between 2 titans. Tuekar lashed out, spear frozen mid-swing. His opponent had already brought up his left hand to intercept, fractal power glowing on his arm, while his right hand struck out with his blade. Around the 2 frozen foes, ghostly images surrounded them, all diving out with their own attacks to harass the feather. She walked within that frozen moment, observing the actions both combatants took. Details were faded and muted behind Tuekar, as it was beyond his visual view. What existed there was only what he had mentally assumed, thus it was fittingly blurred and darkened. That wasn't of interest to Tarath. There. A woman's voice boomed behind her. On the human's belt. Tarath turned to the source of the voice. The woman she saw wore a stately dress, edges falling away in wisps of data. A deep violet tone marked her choices, contrasting well with the pale white features of her face. A crown of silver hovered above. Her pale hand rose, and the lady pointed at the scavenger known as Keith. The boy that had killed Tarath. The one to whom she aimed to return the favor. In the memory, he remained suspended like the rest of the scene, sprinting past Tuekar, doing his best to keep out of the way. And at his belt was a small black box. "What is it?" Tarath asked, walking closer to observe her query. "A remnant of a different time. One I had thought snuffed out from the world." Relinquished said. "Clearly, my servants have not been thorough enough. This vexes me greatly, of course. And I will appropriately deal with those servants after I'm done here." Tarath processed the answer and realized it hadn't been an answer at all. Perhaps she would need to ask a different way. "What does it do?" The pale lady turned to stare. "Why, I don't know, child. That is the issue. There is nothing more troubling to me than the unknown." Tarath pondered on that. There were many things in the world she didn't know. The machines were not everywhere in the world, nor were they all of one mind. Most of her kind did not even exist within the physical world, and only a smaller fraction of them could even comprehend that a world beyond the digital ocean existed. The unknown surrounded them all at every layer. Why fear this one entity above all? Is Tsuya truly that much of a threat? Tarath asked. Records from the archives I can access show several thousand years of relative balance. Is that likely to change due to this one item? The pale lady walked softly up to her feather, a motherly smile stretched on her features. She came closer to Tarath, reaching out, cupping her digital cheeks with her hands. Balance is so lovely when seen from afar, isn't it? Everything seems like it will remain the same way for an eternity. She said, lightly pushing both cheeks, one side to the other. And yet, balance is such a fragile thing as well. All it takes is one little push, one wrong question, one small mistake, and nothing is the same ever again. The fractal of unity flared to life within her true body's chassis back in the real world, connecting her to something against Tarath's will. Something horrifying. Crippling pain flared through the feather, like a flood of magma blazing through her system. Every synapse of her mind was filled with it, burned by it, consumed in flame. Pain became everything she was, united to it. Almost as quickly as it had come, it bled away, lingering only in her short-term memory. The fractal deep within turned off, severing the connection to whatever that had been. Tarath sluggishly reconnected to her digital avatar. Bewildered she could even feel pain so keenly as this. She found her avatar had collapsed on the ground, the pale lady hovering above her. "My dear, you see so little of the work I do. The difficulty I go through to pin down my sister's playthings and keep her well behaved. Do not question me again, you silly child." Tarath noted this information and marked it as highest priority. "How barbaric!" The soul of Winterscar spoke. "You truly are no different from the worst of us." Irritation passed through Tarath and she closed her vice on the errant soul. Clearly she'd left him too much leash. His distraction was not something she needed right now. "Tuekar failed me," the lady continued, speaking dryly. "He had one single mission, to capture this human and recover the information that my sister had told him. One simple mission. I don't ask for much, truly." She snapped her fingers, and Tuekar appeared within the virtual space. He digitized slightly higher than the digital space's floor, the fall carrying him down onto his knees. The avatar showed chains, digging deep into his skin, black oil dripping from the spikes within the manacles. A weight pushed him into the ground, though he struggled to stand up against it regardless. The pale lady turned to stare down Tarath. "The pain you felt is but a fraction of what your dear mentor here was put through. Consider that closely." Tarath reached out a tentative probe to her fellow feather. He rejected the connection with a virtual slap, giving her a derisive glare while a packet of information passed by in the real world. "Save your pity," he whispered to her through the connection. "I've been through this before. And soon enough, you will too, dear little sister. You will too." In the video archive, the pale lady continued to speak, either oblivious to the conversation between the feathers, or too far beyond to care. I hope you emulate his victories, and not his follies. My feathers are my instruments. She turned to look at the one above all challenge and reach. Those that do not obey, will be made to obey. The pale lady walked to where the broken feather remained kneeling. One white hand cupped the side of his cheek, just as she had done earlier to Taratha's avatar. Oh, my dear, lost, Tuekar. It seems your name has blinded you to certain realities lately. Do not forget your place again, you silly little feather. You serve me above all. Do not reach again beyond your means. Am I clear? She seemed to almost play with him, lightly tapping the side of his cheek. Yes, my lady. Tuekar said. He seemed to wilt at the admission, all attempts to struggle ending. The weight carried him back firmly onto his knees. I hear. And what? And I obey. Good child. Listen well. You and Tarath will resolve this mess you've left for me. She said, pointing at the black box that Keith wore on his belt. For you, it will be a much-needed chance at redemption. I've spared you in light of your past service. Mercy does not run endless, however, least of all mine. She turned to look at Tarath. And as for you, this will be your chance to prove yourself. I task you both to capture this human. You will destroy that contraption on his belt. You will recover what he knows about Tsuya. Do whatever you wish with the human after you've taken what he knows, I care not. Winterscar sneered. Good luck. The dead human spat. Tarath ignored him. The memory shifted, flashing forward. The combat sped up, the two opponents locked against one another in an increasingly deadly display of destruction. And then Keith was launched into the air, and upon stumbling down into the ground, a sphere of bright yellow light bounced away. The pale lady continued to race through the archive, up until the sister reached out for the orb. There, the scene froze once more. That. The lady pointed directly at the orb. Must be destroyed. I will not suffer to have it exist. I will not. The human as well, kill her. Am I clear? Yes. Tarath replied. Tennyson simply raged wildly at hearing this command, and the ghost found himself quickly silenced. Be still. She chided, before closing her grip around his cell. That soul that you collected, has it told you where these rats are hiding? The pale lady asked, noticing the movements. It had. She had seen firsthand the memories Tennyson Winterscar held. Even now, she felt his ire and revulsion at the thought. The self-loathing that his own memories were being used to track down and kill what was left of his family. Tarath once more checked to see that all the bindings remained in place. They held still, the soul chained up tightly within. She did not want to underestimate this one. Put at ease, Tarath stopped paying attention to his simmering hatred and turned to answer back her master's question. They live in a clan, on the surface. The pale lady froze, all motion stopping for a fraction of a second. That soul that you collected, has it told you where these rats are hiding? Tarath felt slightly stunned. Had her processes jumped a few cycles? Yes. She answered, once again. Perhaps her original data package to the lady had failed. They live in a clan, on the surface. Once more, the pale lady's avatar froze, before resetting to a moment earlier. That soul that you collected, has it told you where these rats are hiding? I have already answered you, my lady. Please check your logs. The pale lady frowned, looking through. I see nothing. Curious of you to play games with me, child. I've already shown you what questioning me brings. Do I need to teach you this lesson again? Tuekar climbed back up on his feet, laying a hand on Taratha's shoulder. Don't bother, my lady. This little sister of mine is too dim for your direct attention. I have a good idea of where the rats are fleeing to, and we will carry out your will. The pale lady glared at the feather. You had better. I am already mobilizing my army and encircling the humans. It will be done within the coming months. I do not care how long you take. I do not care how you carry out this mission. I only care for results. Destroy what they carry. Uncover what they know. And bring me their heads. That is all. Failure will be unpleasant for both of you. Tarath did not have the time to respond before the vision faded around her. The connection closed. In the real world, she was left by the empty might-constructed city, sitting upon the domed back of a nest spider, one that had traveled outside her nest domain to carry Tarath around. She'd found it a fitting place to brood and rest. The sister hummed under her, content with her role. Spiders liked to remain still, watching the world pass by. The underground might city stretched before her, the nest spider having taken her to the tallest building, allowing her to oversee all the domain before her. Movement appeared in the city below. Dense packs of rushing bodies, more than 100, perhaps even 1,000, all converging to her location. The humans called them screamers. They called themselves runners. It was their nature to run with their packs, to explore, to seek, to move. And here they pooled at the base of her tower. Glancing down, she saw them make an empty circle of space, where a single runner took a step away from his pack. It stared up at her, taking a few more timid steps away from its hunting group. They wanted her attention, clearly. Tarath stood up on the nest spider, wings unfolding from her side. With a step into the abyss, she fell in a controlled descent, all the way down to the ground. The spider's mind brooded, sad to see her away, but patient enough to wait for her return. Soon enough, the feather's feet landed lightly upon the might ground. There, the runners towered over her. The one in front made her form look small in comparison. Its skull-like face, lacking a jaw, looked deeply back into her eyes. She noted how the chassis of this model was filled with cuts, including a large deep one right by the eye. This runner was old, more clever. A survivor of many encounters. It had learned quite a bit by now. She felt the machine's mind, more cunning than she had assumed. Message. It said in a rasping voice. For you. My lady. The rest of the runners remained around, flinching, unused to staying still for too long. They wanted to move, to explore again, to run wild and free with their pack. And yet, something held them all here. The runner spoke again. This time, it was not his voice at all. Tuekar spoke through the minion. Don't mention the surface to the pale lady, he said, berating her immediately. There was a tone of derision in his voice. I have enough to handle without you angering the lady even further. What about the surface causes issue? Tarath asked. She felt perplexed by this. I don't know, and I don't care, little sister. It's always been this way since before I was created. A leftover from the early days of war, maybe? More importantly, mentions of the surface do two things: they slip by her notice like water sliding over ice. And they make her progressively angrier with each mention until she reacts differently. I would have happily let you continue asking your question until she squashed you like an insect, but then I would have been squashed alongside you as well. Tarath filed this information away as well. She turned her attention to the army that was now forming around her. They shuffled around, glancing at each other, uncertain about their purpose here. And this? She asked. Our targets are on the surface, my subjects are useless to me, since they're all infected as well. All our lessers are in their own ways. The surface is an anathema to our kind. The compulsion is too diluted by now to be something these lessers cannot outright comprehend, but getting too close to the surface causes issues and erratic behavior I don't have the patience to deal with. Does that affect us? Tarath asked, worried. If it had, we wouldn't be talking about this in the first place, now would we? We are a cut above the lessers, my dear sister. At least, I am. As for you, well, I am amazed by your brilliance with each passing day, this very question, a stunning example of it. Are these insults necessary? Tarath asked. Her voice carried no anger. She was genuinely curious. Absolutely. They do nothing to improve you, but they do make me feel better. And that's all that matters to me. That was a rare and honest answer from her mentor. Tarath filed away the knowledge and then turned to her mission. How do we capture the humans if we cannot step on the surface? Perhaps they would have to bait the humans down? She couldn't afford to simply wait for her quarry to descend down on his own volition. There was always a chance that her target would choose to stay within the walls of the human fortress. She would be crushed if her prey died of old age. The thought was unacceptable. It went against her name. I've found that if you want to kill a human, there's no greater monster at killing humans than another one. They are well-versed little creatures in that art, it's impressive enough that even I approve. That didn't answer my question. Answer your own questions. For now, I'll handle the surface, since you are clearly too inexperienced to be left in charge. Once I crush the clan, they'll scatter, seeking shelter and safety. You will handle the underground. It should be a far simpler task, one that even you can perform. She didn't understand why he wanted to involve the underground in the first place. All their targets were on the surface. Her confusion lasted only for a few milliseconds before she realized the humans would likely attempt their own counter-plans, which may involve the underground. Tarath pulled up an internal map of the surroundings, expanding the vision past a few hundred miles. She calculated where the most likely location for fleeing refugees would attempt to bivouac at. The answer was almost immediately obvious. The Undersider City. A small nest of human infestation, blighting the underground land. This one was a far distance away, but not prohibitively so. If the surface dwellers were searching for allies or a fallback, it would be among their own kind. Perhaps you're not quite as dim as I had first assumed. Tuekar said. His tone implied that he clearly didn't believe what he said. Tarath ignored the slight. She had time, she would learn. That city will without a doubt become involved. Therefore, I want it crushed and burned to the ground. I am leaving the lessers in your care for this task, as they're useless to me otherwise. Within Tarath, she felt her awareness bloom. All around her, hundreds of machines connected. The runner before her knelt down, offering allegiance to her without question. His pack did the same, as did all the runners and other models of machines. They all knelt like a wave. She accepted it all, shifting through the signatures, cataloging and organizing the roster. A handful were different. She selected those, observing their form. And recoiled. Even the soul of Tennycent Winterscar recoiled with her in disgust as he watched over her shoulder. What are these? She asked Tuekar. Ex-humans. He simply said through his proxy. The extras I don't need. Traitors, Tennycent seethed within. Even with the tightened muzzle, he raged at the discovery like a wild animal. She squeezed his leash even further, leaving him caged within darkness. It would not do to leave him too long there, lest the soul begin to lose sanity, floating within an endless darkness. She still needed him in one piece to make use of his skills. If he went insane, that would be the end of it. Behave. She sent out to him. The soul's rage slowly bottled itself, and she nodded approvingly, leaving a small channel of input to flow back into the cage she had thrown him in. A small keyhole with which Tennycent peered through. I've already taken the good ones, you may do with the leftover rabble however you wish. Tuekar said. They're none of my concern and I don't want them back. The lessers too, all trash from the upper levels to me. You'll fit right in with them. Tarath saw what he meant. Indeed, he had taken about 80 or so of these odd signatures and deployed orders to them already. She could feel the strange beings moving around in their camp, scrambling to follow their orders. They had not come here to see her in person. Instead, they remained far off, away from all the machines, wary. Hundreds of emotions bled from these beings: terror, panic, fear, hope, resolution, despair. More than she had yet to experience herself. Far more than any of the simple lessers that surrounded her. Only the machine directly in front of her had any semblance closer to these. She felt these ex-humans embrace one another, waving goodbye, equipping gear and readying to follow their leader to wherever he planned to go. Tuekar departed with them, moving to the surface. The rest remained behind, now loyal to her. But 80 or so ex-humans were no army. Without a force of your own, you cannot challenge the surface dwellers, Tarath said. I have reviewed the logs, and I have seen the memories of what the clan owns. You are strong, but you cannot survive the firepower these humans can combine together. Even with these ex-humans added to that power. Tuekar laughed. Did I not tell you already, sister? If you want to exterminate humans, leave it to the humans. The vermin are far more skilled at it than you could guess. He turned and stalked off, already moving on his part of the mission. All you have to do is make sure that city is broken at your feet. Do that, and the Pale Lady will be pleased with our work. Do not worry about my own task, I already have my army in mind. They don't know that they're mine yet, but soon enough they will. Soon enough, they all will. Silence. The connection. It has been cut. My lady. The old runner said, its voice returned to the normal growling tone. It now fidgeted, looking left and right. She took a step forward to it, and the runner flinched backwards, almost in fear. An odd reaction. Why do you cower from me? She asked it. I am now your master. You have sworn loyalty to me. There should be no fear of me. The runner pondered. She could feel it think. The mind was muddled compared to her own, and yet sharp in different ways. Old master. Harsh. He settled on saying. New master. Unknown. She felt the same emotion spread across the rest of her army. The machines looked on with a mix of curiosity and dread. Your mentor learned cruelty from her. The soul of Tenny-Cent Winterscar whispered from the keyhole she'd left for him, deep within. That's where their fear comes from. Ask it. Tarath considered the wisdom of following the advice of her enemy. She still felt suspicious of the old human, but her mind couldn't quite see what his goals were, or if there were some trap he laid out. She studied the question but found no malice or possible way it could harm her. It seemed innocent enough. And so she asked. Did your old master punish you often? The runner flinched again. The movement spread, many others flinching as well. A sense of loss came from them. The ones that failed. The old runner said. They are gone. I do not want to be gone. Tarath tilted her own head. It was odd for a machine to care about living, they were too simple-minded to have a survival mandate. She'd only recently developed such a mandate as a spider as a side effect of her main thought process. Losing to those two humans had become unacceptable to her as she'd hunted them across the underground. If she had allowed herself to fade away on death, they would have won by default. What do they actually want? The ghost again whispered softly. In the darkness of his cell, Winterscar smiled. A wide, toothy thing, well hidden from his jailer. Again, she saw no reason not to inquire, and when she peered at the soul trapped within, she found only mild curiosity. And so she asked her questions. Questions that these lessers had never been asked before by their masters. Questions that, perhaps, should never have been thought of at all. Chapter names. Next, this video will be marked as book number and chapter number. Example book 2 chapter 1 but will number as before on thumbnail. Chapter 51 to 60 to maintain sequence. If you want the chapter title to remain as before, do tell me in the comments.